Yeah, hello.
Yeah. It's
Must
like,
be some A1.
okay, yeah, no, that's autocorrect for you. So
I know those things.
anyways, so thank you. Let me just get us. Hi. So yeah, we're now recording and live streaming. My name's Paul Sugarman. This is the Instant Shakespeare Company, and today we're doing a reading of the tragedy of Othello. Michael Gardner is the playmaster, so I will turn it over to you, Michael. So you can.
I am Michael Gardner, playmaster, as Paul said, for Othello, and I'm playing Amelia in this. We're doing a reverse gender Othello. And everybody wants to start introducing yourself, Jackie?
But do you want me? Oh, Jacqueline Margolis. And where am I? I am playing, wait a second. Hold it, I'm a mess over here. You lost me somewhere here. Or let me get back here. Oh, Brabantio, the clown, Lodovico, Gratiano, second gentleman.
Cynthia.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm playing Othello. My name is Cynthia Huffman.
Julie, sorry.
Yes, I'm Julie Kirshner, and I'm playing Iago.
Mark.
Hello, I'm Mark Gehring, and I'm playing Desdemona.
Jennifer.
Catch your way.
I'm Jennifer Finger. I am playing Montano, a number of smaller parts, and on a temporary basis, possibly Rodrigo.
Kitty.
Kitty, you're muted.
Kitty Chen reading the Duke, First Gentleman, and Graciano.
Sheila.
Somebody else was reading the First Gentleman. Does somebody else say they were reading First Gentleman?
I heard second gentleman.
I think you're second gentleman.
I'm second gentleman.
Oh, okay. I know I gave you one of the gentlemen. Sheila.
Sheila Spencer. I'm Cassio.
Sheila. Sorry, Sheila. Derek.
Hi, I'm Derek Tarson. I am playing Bianca.
And hopefully Virginia will show up playing Rodrigo, but for now, Jennifer, you're playing Rodrigo. Hello, gentlemen.
Yes.
So, shall we begin with lots of enthusiasm and energy for this tragedy? I guess we'll begin now. I guess everybody, to mute yourself if you're muting, hide yourself if you're not in a scene, which I'm going to do now. Somebody want to read stage directions? Jackie, you're good at that. No?
I'll read them. Do you need someone to read them?
You feel like there's some necessary ones, like a quick entrance or something like that. If you see like it's not necessary, then don't read it.
All right.
Okay.
Act 1, Scene 1. First scene, first act, second scene. Enter Rodrigo and Iago.
Never tell me. I take it much unlikely that thou, Iago, who hast had my purse, as if ye strings were thine, should know of this.
You'll not hear me. If ever I did dream of such a matter, abhor me.
Thou toldst me. Thou didst hold him in thy hate.
Despise me if I do not. 3 great ones of the city in personal suit to make me his lieutenant, off cap to him, and by the faith of man I know my price. I am worth no worse a place, but he, as loving his own pride and purposes, evades them. With a bombast circumstance, horribly stuffed with epithets of war, none suits my mediators. For certain, saith he, I have already chose my officer. And what is he? Forsooth, a great arithmetician.
Hi, everybody.
Michael
Cassio. I'm so sorry. I had a plumbing emergency and it just,
When Michael Cassio, a Florentine, a fellow almost damned in a fair wife, that never set a squadron in the field, nor the division of a battle knows more than a spinster. unless the bookish theoretic whom the tongue counsels can propose as masterly as he. Mere prattle without practice is all his soldiership. But he, sir, had the election, and I, of whom his eyes had seen the proof at Rhodes, at Cyprus, and on other grounds, christened and heathen, must be believed and calmed by debitor and creditor. This countercaster, he in good time must his lieutenant be, and I, bless the mark, his moorship's ancient.
What page are we on, please?
2.
What?
2.
2? Okay, sorry.
And I, his moorship's ancient.
By heaven, I rather would have been his hangman.
What? There's no remedy. 'Tis the curse of service. Preferment goes by letter and affection, and not by old gradation, which each second stood heir to the first. Now, sir, be judge yourself whether I in any just term did find to love the more.
I would not follow him then.
Sir, content you. I follow him, but to serve my turn upon him. We cannot all be masters, nor all masters cannot be truly followed. You shall mark many a duteous and knee-crooking knave that doting on his own obsequious bondage wears out his time, much like his master's ass, for naught but provender, and when he's old, cashiered. Wit me such honest knaves. Others there are, whom tired in forms and visages of duty, keep at their hearts attending on themselves, and throwing but shows of service on their lords, do well thrive by them, and when they have lined their coats, do themselves homage. These fellows have some soul, and such a one do I profess myself. For, sir, it is sure as you are Rodrigo, were I the Moor, I would not be Iago. In following him, I follow but myself. Heaven is my judge, not I for love and duty, but seeming so, for my peculiar end. For when my outward action doth demonstrate the native act and figure of my heart in compliment extern, 'tis not long after that I will wear my heart upon my sleeve, for daws to peck at. I am not what I am.
What a full fortune does the thick lips owe, if he can carry thus?
Pull up her father, rouse him, make after him, poison his delight, proclaim him in the streets, incense her kinsman, and though he is a fertile climate dwell, plague him with flies. Though that be joy, his joy, yet throw such chances of vexation on it, and it may lose some color.
Here is her father's house. Be call aloud.
Do. With like timorous accent and dire yell, as when by night and negligence the fire is spied in populous cities.
What ho! Brabantio! Signor Brabantio! How?
Awake! Awake! What ho, Brabantio! Thieves! Thieves! Look to your house, your daughter, and your bags. Thieves! Thieves! Brabantio! Thieves!
What is the reason of this
There's
terrible
a reason
summons?
of this terrible summons. What is the matter there?
Signor, is all your family within?
Are your doors locked?
Why? Wherefore I ask you this?
Sir, you are robbed. For shame, put on your gown. Your heart is burst. You've lost half your soul even now. Now, very now. An old black ram is tupping your white ewe. Arise. Arise, awake the snorting citizens with the bell, or else the devil make a grandsire of you. Arise, I say.
What? Have you lost your wits?
Most Reverend Signor, do you know my voice?
Not I. What are you?
My name is Rodrigo.
Oh, the worse a welcome. I have charged thee not to haunt about my doors. In honest plainness, thou hast heard me say, my daughter is not for thee. And now in madness, being full of supper and distempering draughts upon malicious knavery, dost thou come to start my quiet?
Sir.
Oh, but thou must needs be sure my spirits in my place have in their power to make this bitter to thee.
Patience, good sir.
What tellest thou me of robbing? This is Venice, my house is not a grange.
Most brave Brabantio, in simple and pure soul, I come to you.
Sir, you're one of those that will not serve God if the devil bid you. Because we come to you, do your service, and you think we are ruffians. You'll have your daughter covered with a Barbary horse. You'll have your nephews neigh to you. You'll have courses for cousins and jennets for Germans.
What profane wretch art thou?
I am one, sir, that comes to tell you your daughter and the Moor are making the beast with two backs.
Thou art a villain.
You are a senator.
Oh, this thou shalt answer. I know thee, Rodrigo.
Sir, I will answer anything, but I beseech you, if it be your pleasure and most wise consent, as partly I find it is, that your fair daughter, at this odd, even, and dull watch or the night, transported with no worse nor better guard, but with a knave of common hire, a gondolier, to the gross clasps of a lascivious Moor. If this be known to you in your allowance, we then have done you bold and saucy wrongs. But if you know not this, my manners tell me we have your wrong rebuke. Do not believe that from the sense of all civility I thus would play and trifle with your reverence. Your daughter, if you have not given her leave, I say again, hath made a gross revolt, tying her duty, beauty, wit, and fortunes to in an extravagant and wheeling stranger of here and everywhere. Stretch for yourself. If she be in her chamber or your house, let loose on me the justice of the state for thus deluding you.
Strike on the tinder. Ho, give me a taper. Call up all my people. This accident is not unlike my dream. Belief of it oppresses me already. Light, I say light.
Farewell, for I must leave you. It seems not meet nor wholesome to my place to be produced, as if I stay I shall, against the Moor. For I know the state, however this may gall him with some cheek, cannot with safety cast him. For he's embarked with such loud reason to the Cyprus wars, which even now stands in act, that for their souls another of his fandom they have none. To lead their business, in which regard, though I do hate him, as I do hell of pines, yet for necessity of present life I must show out a flag and sign of love, which is indeed but sign, that you shall surely find him. Lead to the Sagittary the raised search, and there will I be with him. So, farewell.
Enter Brabantio with servants and torches.
Brabantio? Jackie?
Enter Brabantio with servants and torches.
Mute. Wait a second. Okay, I'm back again. There's something wrong with my machine. I'm sorry, it just went off. Okay, where are we?
Bottom of page 8.
Oh, it is too true. An evil gone she is. And what's to come of my despised time is naught but bitterness. Now, Rodrigo, where dost thou see her? Oh, unhappy girl, what the more sayest thou? Who would be her father? How dost thou know 'twas she? Oh, she deceives me past all. What said she to you? Get more tapers, raise all my kindred. Are they married, think you?
Truly, I think they...
Oh, heaven, how got she out? Oh, treason of the blood! Fathers, from hence trust not your daughters' minds by what you see them act. Is there not charms by which the property of youth and the maidhood may be abused? Have you not read, Roderigo, of some such thing?
Yes, sir, I have indeed.
Oh, call it my brother. Oh, would you had her. Some one way, some another. Oh, do you know where we may apprehend her in the morgue?
I think I can discover them. If you please to get good guard and go along with me.
Oh, pray you lead on. At every house I'll call. I may command it most. Get weapons. Oh, and raise some special officers of might. Oh, of might, of might. Oh, good Roderigo, I will deserve your pains.
Second scene. Enter Othello, Iago, attendants with torches.
So in the trade of war I have slain men, yet do I hold it very stuff of the conscience to do no contrived murder. I lack iniquity sometimes to do me service. 9 or 10 times I've thought to have yerked him here under the ribs.
'Tis better as it is.
But he prated and spoke such scurvy, such provoking terms against your honor, that with the little godliness I have, I did full hard forbear him. But I pray you, sir, are you fast married? Be assured of this, that the Magnifico is much beloved, and hath in his effect a voice potential as double as the Duke's. He will divorce you, or put upon you what restraint or grievance the law with all his might to enforce on it will give him cable.
Let him do his spite. My services, which I have done the Signory, shall out-tongue his complaints. 'Tis yet to know, which when I know what boasting is an honor I shall promulgate, I fetch my life and being from men of royal siege, and my demerits may speak unbonded to as proud a fortune as this that I have reached. For no Iago, but that I love the gentle Desdemona, I would not my unhoused free condition put into circumscription and confine for the sea's worth. But look, what lights come yon?
Enter Cassio with torches.
Those are the raised father and his friends. You were best go in.
Not I. I must be found. My parts, my title, and my perfect soul shall manifest me rightly. Is it they?
By Janus, I think so.
The servants of the dukes? And my lieutenant? The goodness of the night upon you, friends. What is the news?
The Duke does greet you, General, and he requires your post-haste appearance in on the instant.
What is the matter, think you?
Something from Cyprus, as I may divine. It is a business of some heat. The galleys have sent a dozen sequent messengers this very night at one another's heels, and many of the consuls raised and met are at the Duke's already. You have been hotly called for. When being not at your lodging to be found, the Senate hath sent about 3 several quests to search you out.
'Tis well I am found by you. I will but spend a word here in the house and go with you.
Ancient, what makes he here?
Faith, he tonight hath boarded a land carrack. If it proved lawful prize, he's made forever.
I do not understand.
He's married.
To who?
Married to come captain. Will you go?
Have with you.
Here comes another troop to seek for you.
Enter Brantio, Rodrigo with officers and torches.
It is Brabantio. General, be advised, he comes to bad intent.
Hola! Stand there.
Down with him, thief!
You, Rodrigo? Come, sir. I am for you.
Keep up your bright swords, for the dew will rust them. Good signor, you shall more command with years than with your weapon.
Oh, thou foul thief! Where hast thou stowed my daughter? Damned as thou art, thou hast enchanted her. For I refer me to all things of sense, if she in chains of magic were not bound. whether a maid so tender, fair, and happy, so opposite to marriage that she shunned the wealthy, curled dearling of our nation, would ever have to incur a general mock, run from her godiga jetto, the sooty bosom of such a thing as thou, to fear, not to delight. Judge me the world, if 'tis not gross in sense that thou hast practiced on her with foul charms, abused her delicate youth with drugs or minerals that weaken motion. I'll have disputed on, 'tis probable and palpable to thinking. I therefore apprehend and do attach thee for an abuser of the world, a practicer of arts inhabited, and out of warrant, lay hold upon him if he do resist, subdue him at his peril.
Hold your hands, both of you of my inclining and the rest. Were it my cue to fight, I should have known it without a prompter. Whither will you go that I go to answer this your charge?
To prison till fit time of long course of direct session call thee to answer.
What if I do obey? How may the Duke be therewith satisfied, whose messengers are here about my side, upon some present business of the state to bring me to him?
'Tis true, most worthy signor. The Duke's in council, and your noble self, I am sure, is sent for.
How? The Duke in council in this time of night? Bring him away. Mine's not an idle cause. The Duke himself or any of my brothers of the state cannot but feel this wrong as 'twere their own. For if such actions may have passage free, bond slaves and pagans shall our statesmen be.
Scene 3. Enter Duke, senators, and officers. There's no composition in this news that gives them credit.
Indeed, they are disproportioned. My letters say 107 galleys.
And mine 140.
And mine 200. But though they jump not adjust the count, as in these cases where the aim reports, 'tis off with difference, yet do they all confirm a Turkish fleet and bearing up to Cyprus.
Nay, it is possible enough to judgment. I do not so secure me in the error, but the main article I do approve in a fearful sense.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Hello.
Enter sailor.
Messengers from the galleys.
Now, what's the business?
The Turkish preparation makes for roads. So was I bid report here to the state by Signor Angelo.
How say you by this change?
This cannot be by no essay of reason. 'Tis a pageant to keep us in false gaze when we consider the importance of Cyprus to the Turk. And let ourselves again but understand that as it more concerns the Turk than Rhodes, so may he with more facile question bear it. For that it stands not in such warlike brace, but altogether lacks the abilities that Rhodes is dressed in. If we make thought of this, we must not think the Turk is so unskillful to leave that latest, which concerns him first, neglecting an attempt of ease and gain to wake and wage a danger profitless.
Nay, in all confidence, he's not for Rhodes.
Here's more news. The Adamites go ahead.
Enter messenger, go on.
Yeah, the Adamites, reverend and gracious, steering with due course toward the Isle of Rhodes, have there enjoyed them with an after fleet. So I thought, how many as you guess? 30 sail. And now they do re-stem their backward course, bearing with great appearance their purposes towards Cyprus. Senior Montano, your trusty, most valiant servitor with his free duty, recommends you thus and prays you to believe him.
'Tis certain then for Cyprus. Marcus Lusicos, is not he in town?
He's now in Florence.
Write from us to him. Post haste, dispatch.
Here comes Brabantio and the valiant Moor.
Enter Brabantio, Othello, Cassio, Iago, Rodrigo, and officers. Valiant Othello, we must straight employ you against the general enemy Ottoman. I did not see you. Welcome, gentle signor. We lacked your counsel and your help tonight.
So did I yours. Good your grace, pardon me. Neither my place nor aught I heard of business hath raised me from my bed, nor doth a general care take hold on me. For my particular grief is of so floodgate an o'erbearing nature that engluts and swallows other sorrows, and it is still in self.
Why? What's the matter?
My daughter, oh, my daughter.
Dead?
Ay, to me, she is abused, stolen from me, and corrupted by spells and medicines, born of mountebanks for nature so prepossessively to err, being not deficient, blind, or lame of sense, witchcraft could not.
Whoe'er he be, that in this foul proceeding hath thus beguiled your daughter of herself, and you of her. The bloody book of law you shall yourself read in the bitter letter after your own sense. Yea, though our proper son stood in your action.
Humbly I thank your grace. Here is a man, there's more, whom now it seems your special mandate for the state affairs hath hither brought.
We're very sorry for it.
What in your own part can you say to this?
Nothing, but this is so.
Most potent, grave, and reverend signors, my very noble and approved good masters, that I have taken away this old man's daughter is most true. True, I have married her. The very head and front of my offending hath this extent, no more. Rude am I in my speech, and little blessed with the soft phrase of peace, for since these arms of mine had 7 years' pith till now, some 9 moons wasted, they have used their dearest action in the tented field. And little of this great world can I speak more than pertains to feats of broils and battle. And therefore little shall I grace my cause in speaking for myself. Yet, by your gracious patience, I will a round unvarnished tale deliver of my whole course of love. What drugs, what charms, what conjuration, and what mighty magic, for such proceeding I am charged with all I won his daughter.
A maiden, never bold, of spirit so still and quiet, that her motion blushed at herself, and she, in spite of nature, of years, of country, credit everything, to fall in love with what she feared to look on. It is a judgment maimed and most imperfect, that will confess perfection so could err against all rules of nature, and must be driven to find our practices of cunning hell. Why this should be. I therefore vouch again that with some mixtures, powerful of the blood, or some dram conjured to this effect, he brought upon her. To vouch this is no proof, without much wider and more over test than these thin habits and poor likelihoods of modern seeming to prefer against him.
But Othello, speak. Did you, by indirect and forced courses, subdue and poison this young maid's affections? Or came it by request, and such fair question as soul to soul affordeth?
I do beseech you, send for the lady to the Sagittary, and let her speak of me before her father. If you do find me foul in her report, the trust, the office I do hold of you, not only take away, but let your sentence even fall upon my life.
Fetch Desdemona hither.
Ancient, conduct them. You best know the place. Until she come, as truly as to heaven, I do confess the vices of my blood, so justly to your grave ears I'll present how I did thrive in this fair lady's love, and she in mine.
Say it, Othello.
Her father loved me, oft invited me, still questioned me the story of my life from year to year. The battles, sieges, fortunes that I have passed. I ran it through, even from my boyish days, to the very moment that he bade me tell it, wherein I spoke of most disastrous chances, of moving accidents by flood and field, of hair-breadth escapes in the imminent deadly breach, of being taken by the insolent foe and sold to slavery, of my redemption thence and portents in my traveller's history, wherein of Anta's vast and deserts idle, rough quarries, rocks, hills, whose head touch heaven, it was my hint to speak. Such was my process, and of the cannibals that each others eat, the anthropophagi, and men whose heads group beneath their shoulders. These things to hear would Desdemona seriously incline, but still the house affairs would draw her hence, whichever as she could with haste dispatch, she'll come again and with a greedy ear devour up my discourse. Which I observing, took once a pliant hour and found good means to draw from her a prayer of earnest heart, that I would all my pilgrimage dilate, where by parcel she had something heard, but not instinctively. I did consent, and often did beguile her of her tears, when I did speak of some distressful stroke that my youth suffered. My story being done, she gave for my pains a world of kisses. She swore in faith 'twas strange, 'twas passing strange, 'twas pitiful, 'twas wondrous pitiful. She'd wish she had not heard it, yet she'd wish that heaven had made her such a man. She thanked me, and bade me, if I had a friend that loved her, I should beteach him how to tell my story, and that would woo her. Upon this hint I spake. She loved me for the dangers I had passed, and I had loved her that she did pity them. This only is the witchcraft I have used. Here comes the lady, let her witness it.
And to Desdemona, Iago, attendants. I think this tale would win my daughter too. Good Brabantio, take up this mangled matter at the best. Men do their broken weapons rather use than their bare hands.
I pray you hear her speak. If she confessed that she was half the wooer, destruction on my head. If my bad blame light on the man, destruction on my head. Come hither, gentle mistress. Do you perceive in all this noble company where most you owe obedience?
My noble father, I do perceive here a divided duty. To you, I am bound for life and education. My life and education both do learn me how to respect you. You are the lord of duty. I am hitherto your daughter. But here's my husband, and so much duty as my mother showed to you, preferring you before her father, so much I challenge that I may profess due to the more my lord.
God be with you. I have done. Please it to your grace unto the state affairs. I'd rather to adopt a child than get it. Come hither more. I here do give thee that with all my heart, which but thou hast already, with all my heart I would keep from thee. For your sake, Jewel, I am glad at soul I have no other child. For thy escape would teach me tyranny to hang clogs on them. I have done, my lord.
Let me speak like yourself, and lay a sentence, which as agrees our step may help these lovers. When remedies are past, the griefs are ended by seeing the worst, which late on hopes depended. To mourn a mischief that is past and gone is the next way to draw new mischief on, which cannot be preserved when fortune takes. Patience her injury a mockery makes. The robbed that smiles steals something from the thief. He robs himself that spends a bootless grief.
So let the Turks of Cyprus us beguile. We lose it not so long as we can smile. He bears the sentence well, that nothing bears but the free comfort which from thence he hears. But he bears both the sentence and the sorrow, that to pay grief must of poor patience borrow. These sentences to sugar or to gold, being strong on both sides, are equivocal. But words are words, I never yet did hear that the bruised heart was pierced for the ears. I humbly beseech you, proceed to the affairs of state.
The Turk with a most mighty preparation makes for Cyprus. Othello, the fortitude of the place is best known to you. And though we have there a substitute of most allowed sufficiency, yet opinion, a more sovereign mistress of effects, throws a more safer voice on you. You must therefore be content to slubber the gloss of your new fortunes with this more stubborn and boisterous expedition.
The tyrant custom, most grave seigneurs, hath made the flinty and steel couch of war my thrice-driven bed of down. I do acknowledge a natural and prompt alacrity I find in hardness, and do undertake these present wars against the Ottomites. Most humbly, therefore, bending to your state, I crave fit position for my wife, due reference of place and exhibition, with such accommodation as besorts as levels with her breeding, as levels with her breeding.
Why have her fathers?
I will not have it so.
Nor I.
Nor would I there reside to put my father in impatient thoughts by being in his eye. Most gracious Duke, to my unfolding, lend your prosperous ear, and let me find a charter in your voice to assist my simpleness.
What would you, Desdemona?
That I love the Moor, to live with him. My downright violence and storms of fortune may trumpet to the world. My heart's subdued even to the very quality of my lord. I saw Othello's visage in his mind, and to his honors and his valiant parts did I my soul and fortunes consecrate. So that, dear lords, if I be left behind the rights for why I love behind a moth of peace, and he go to the war, the rights for why I love him are bereft me, and I a heavy interim shall support by his dear absence. Let me go with him.
Let her have your voice. Vouch with me, heaven. I therefore beg it, not to please the palate of my appetite, nor to comply with heat the young affects in my defunct and proper satisfaction, but to be free and bounteous to her mind. And heaven defend your good souls that you think I will your serious and great business scant when she is with me. No, when light-winged toys of feather Cupid seal with wanton dullness my speculative and officed instrument, that my disports corrupt and taint my business, that housewives make a skillet of my helm, and all indign and base adversities make head against my estimation.
Be it as you shall privately determine, either for her stay or going. The affair cries haste, and speed must answer it.
You must away tonight.
With all my heart.
At 9 in the morning here we'll meet again. Othello, leave some officer behind, and he shall our commission bring to you, and such things else of quality and respect as doth import you.
So please your grace, my ancient, a man he is of honesty and trust. To his conveyance I assign my wife, with what else needful your good grace shall think to be sent after me.
Let it be so. Good night to everyone. And noble signor, if virtue no delighted beauty lack, your son-in-law is far more fair than black.
Adieu, brave Moor. Use Desdemona well.
Look to her, Moor, if thou hast eyes to see. She has deceived her father and made thee.
My life upon her faith. Honest Iago, my Desdemona must I leave to thee. I prithee, let thy wife attend on her, and bring them after in the best advantage. Come, Desdemona, I have but 1 hour of love, of worldly matter and direction to spend with me. We must obey the time.
He exits. Rodrigo?
Virginia.
Virginia?
Page 30, Virginia.
Iago.
What sayest thou, noble heart?
What will I do, thinkst thou?
Go to bed and sleep.
I will incontinently drown myself.
If thou dost, I shall never love thee after. Why, thou silly gentleman?
It is silliness to live, when to live is torment. And then we have a prescription to die, when death is our physician.
Oh, villainous. I have looked upon the world for 4 times 7 years, since I could distinguish betwixt a benefit and an injury. I never found man that knew how to love himself. Ere I would say, I would drown myself for the love of a guinea hen, I would change my humanity with a baboon.
What should I do? I confess it is my shame to be so fond, but it is none of my virtue to amend it.
Virtue? A fig! 'Tis in ourselves that we are thus or thus. Our bodies are our gardens, to the which our wills are gardeners. So that if we plant nettles or sow lettuce, set hyssop and weed up thyme, supply it with one gender of herbs, or distract it with many, either to have it stir with idleness or manured with industry, why, the power, the corrigible authority of this lies in our wills. If the brain of our lives had not one scale of reason to poise another of sensuality, the blood, the baseness of our natures would conduct us to most preposterous conclusions. But we have reason to cool our raging motions, our carnal stings or unbitten lusts, whereof I take this that you called love to be a sect or scion.
It cannot be.
It is merely a lust of the blood and a permission of the will. Come, be a man. Drown thyself. Drown cats and blind puppies. I have professed me thy friend, and I confess me knit to thy deserving with cables of perdurable toughness. I could never better steed thee than now. Put money in thy purse. Follow thou the wars, defeat thy favor with an usurped beard. I say, put money in thy purse. It cannot be long before Desdemona should continue her love to the Moor. Put money in thy purse, nor he his to her. It was a violent commencement in her, and thou shalt see an answerable sequestration, but put money in thy purse. These Moors are changeable in their wills. Fill thy purse with money. The food that to him now is as luscious as locusts shall be to him shortly as bitter as calaquintita. She must change for youth. When she is sated with its body, she will find the error of her choice. Therefore, put money in thy purse. If thou wouldst need damn thyself, do it in a more delicate way than drowning. Make all the money thou canst. If sanctimony and a frail vow betwixt an erring barbarian and a super subtle Venetian be not too hard for my wits and all the tribe of hell, thou shalt enjoy her. Therefore, make money. A pox of drowning thyself. It is clean out of the way. Seek thou rather to be hanged encompassing thy joy than to be drowned and go without her.
Wilt thou be fast to my hopes if I depend on the issue?
Sure of me. Go, make money. I've told thee often, as I tell thee again and again, I hate the Moor. My cause is hearted, thine hath no less reason. Let us be subjunctive in our revenge against him. If thou canst cuckold him, thou doth thyself a pleasure and me a sport. There are many events in the womb of time which will be delivered. Traverse, go, provide thy money. We will have more of this tomorrow. Adieu.
Where should we meet in the morning?
At my lodging.
I'll be with thee betimes.
Go to, farewell. Do you hear, Rodrigo?
I'll sell all my land.
He exits.
Thus do I ever make my fool my purse. For I mine own gained knowledge should profane, if I would time expend with such snipe, but for my sport. and profit. I hate the Moor, and it is thought abroad that twixt my sheets he hath done my office. I know not if it be true, but I, for mere suspicion in that kind, will do as for a certainty. He holds me well, the better shall my purpose work on him. Cassio is a proper man. Let me see now, to get his place and to plume up my will in double knavery. How, let's see. After some time, to abuse Othello's ears that he is too familiar with his wife. He is a person and a smooth disposed to be suspected, framed to make women false. The Moor is of a free and open nature that thinks men honest, that but seem to be so, and will as tenderly be led by the nose as asses are. I have it. It is engendered. Hell and night must bring this monstrous birth to the world's light.
Act 2, Scene 1. Enter Montano and 2 gentlemen.
What from the key? Can you discern a sea?
Nothing at all. It is a high wrought flood. I cannot twixt the heaven and the main descry a sail.
Methinks the wind hath spoke loud at land. A fuller blast ne'er shook our battlements. If it hath ruffianed so upon the sea, what ribs of oak when mountains melt on them can hold the Morties? What shall we hear of this?
A segregation of the Turkish fleet, for do but stand upon the foaming shore. The chidden billow seems to pelt the clouds. The wind shakes surge with high and monstrous mane, seems to cast water on the burning air, and quench the gods of the ever-fixed pole. I never did like molestation due of the unshaped flood.
If that the Turkish fleet be not unsheltered and obeyed, they are drowned. It is impossible to bear it out.
Enter a gentleman.
Is there a gentleman around? No, I'll read it. News, lads, our wars are done. The desperate tempest hath so banged the Turks that their designment halts. A noble ship of Venice hath seen a grievous wrack and sufferance on most part of their fleet.
How? Is this true?
The ship is here put in, a Vanessa. Vanessa, Michael Cassio, lieutenant to the warlike Moor. Othello is come on shore, the Moor himself at sea, and is in full commission here for Cyprus.
I am glad on it. 'Tis a worthy governor.
But the same Cassio, though he speak of comfort, touching the Turkish loose, yet he looks sadly, and pray the Moor be safe, for they are parted with foul and violent tempest.
Pray heavens he be, for I have served him, and the man commands like a full soldier. Let's to the seaside. Ho, it's well to see the vessel that's come in. It's to throw out our eyes for brave Othello, even till we make the main and the aerial blue an indistinct regard.
Come, let's do so, for every minute is expectancy of more arrivancy.
Enter Cassio.
Thanks you, the valiant of the warlike isle, that so approve the Moor. Oh, let heavens give him defense against the elements, for I have lost him on a dangerous sea.
Is he well shipped?
His bark is stoutly timbered, and his pilot a very expert and approved allowance. Therefore my hopes not surfeited to death, stand in bold cure.
A sail, a sail, a sail.
What noise?
The town is empty. On the brow of the sea stand ranks of people, and they cry a sail.
My hopes do shape him for the governor.
They do discharge their shot of courtesy. Our friends at last.
I pray you, sir, go forth and give us truth who 'tis that is arrived.
I shall.
He exits.
A good lieutenant, is your general arrived?
Most fortunately, He hath achieved a maid that paragons description and wild fame, one that excels the quirks of blazoning pens, and in the essential vestiture of creation does tire the ingenever.
Enter gentlemen.
How now? Who is put in?
Is one Iago, ancient to the general.
He's had most favorable and happy speed. Tempests themselves, high seas and howling winds, the guttered rocks and congregated sands, traders and steeps to unclog the guiltless keel, as having sense of beauty, do omit their mortal natures, letting go safely by the divine Desdemona.
What is she?
She that I spake of, our great captain's captain, led in the conduct of the bold Iago, whose footing here anticipates our thoughts, ascend night speed. Oh, great Jove, Othello, guard and swell his sail with thine own powerful breath, that he may bless this bay with his tall ship, make love's quick pants in Desdemona's arms, give renewed fire to our extincted spirits.
Enter Desdemona, Iago, Rodrigo, and Emilia.
Oh, behold, the riches of the ship is come on shore. You men of Cyprus, let her have your knees. Hail to thee, lady, and the grace of heaven before, behind thee, and on every hand, and wheel thee round.
I thank you, valiant Cassio. What tidings can you tell of my lord?
He's not yet arrived, nor know I aught but that he's well and will be shortly here.
Oh, but I fear, how lost you company?
The great contention of sea and skies parted our fellowship. But hark, a sail!
A sail, a sail! They give this greeting to the citadel. This likewise is a friend.
See for the news, good ancient, you are welcome. Welcome, mistress. Let it not gall your patience, good Iago, that I extend my manners. It is my breeding that gives me this bold show of courtesy.
Sir, would she give you so much of her lip as of her tongue she oft bestows on me? You would have enough.
Alas, she has no speech.
Faith, too much. I find it still when I have leave to sleep. Marry, before your ladyship, I grant she puts her tongue a little in her heart and chides with thinking.
You have little cause to say so.
Come on. Your pictures out of doors, bells in your parlors, wildcats in your kitchens, saints in your industries, devils being offended, players in your housewifery, and housewives in your beds.
Oh, fie upon thee, slanderer!
Nay, it is true, or else I am a Turk. You rise to play and go to bed to work.
You shall not write my praise.
No, let me not.
What wouldst write of me if thou shouldst praise me?
Oh, gentle lady, do not put me to it, for I am nothing if not critical.
Come on, assay, there's one gone to the harbor.
Aye, madam.
I am not merry, but I do beguile the thing I am by seeming otherwise. Come, how wouldst thou praise me?
Oh, I am about it. But indeed my invention comes from my pate as bird limes do from freeze. It plucks out brains and all. But my muse labors, and thus she is delivered. If she be fair and wise, fairness and wit, the one's for use, the other useth it.
Well praised. How if she be black and witty?
Ooh, if she be black, and there to have a wit, she'll find a white that shall her blackness fit.
Worse and worse.
Oh, how if fair and foolish?
Never yet was foolish that was fair. for even her folly helped her to an heir.
Oh, these are old, fond paradoxes to make fools laugh in the alehouse. What miserable praise hast thou for her that's foul and foolish?
There's none so foul and foolish thereunto, but does foul pranks, which fair and wise ones do.
Oh, heavy ignorance! Thou praisest the worst best, but what praise couldst thou bestow on a deserving woman indeed, one that in the authority of her merit did justly put on the vouch of very malice itself?
She that was ever fair and never proud, had tongue at will and yet was never loud, never lacked gold and yet never went gay, fled from her wish and yet say now I may. She that being angered, her revenge being nigh, bade her wrong stay and her displeasure fly. She that in wisdom never was so frail, to change the cod's head for the salmon's tail. She that could think, and ne'er disclose her mind, see suitors flying, and not look behind. She was a wight, if ever such wights were.
To do what?
Suckle fools and chronicle small
Oh,
beer.
most lame and impotent conclusion. Do not learn of him, Emilia, though he be thy husband. How say you, Cassio? Is he not a most profane and liberal counselor?
He speaks home, madam. You may relish him more in the soldier than in the scholar.
So by the palm, aye, well said. Whisper. With as little a web as this will I ensnare as great a fly as Cassio. Aye, smile upon her, do. I will give thee in thine own courtship. You say 'tis true, so indeed. If such tricks as these strip you of your lieutenantry, it had been better you had not kissed your 3 fingers so oft, which now again you are most apt to play the sir, and very good. Well kissed and excellent courtesy, 'tis so indeed. Yet again, your fingers to your lips, were they cluster pipes for your sake? The more, I know his trumpet.
Ah, 'tis truly so.
Let's meet him and receive him.
Lo, where he comes.
Enter Othello in attendance.
Oh, my fair warrior!
My dear Othello.
It gives me great wonder. It gives me wonder great as my content to see you here before me. Oh, my soul's joy! If after such tempests come such calms, may the winds blow till they have wakened death, and let the laboring bark climb hills of seas Olympus high, and duck again as low as hell's from heaven. If it were now to die, 'twere now to be most happy. For I fear my soul hath her content so absolute, that not another comfort like to this succeeds in unknown fate.
The heavens forbid that our loves and comfort should increase even as our days do grow.
Amen to that, sweet powers. I cannot speak enough of this content. It stops me here. It is too much of joy. And this, the greatest discords be that e'er our hearts shall make.
But you are well tuned now. But I'll set down the pegs that make this music, as honest as I am.
Come, let us to the castle. News, friends, our wars are done. The Turks are drowned. How does my old acquaintance of this isle? Honey, you shall be well desired in Cyprus. I have found great love amongst them. Oh, my sweet, I prattle out of fashion, and I dote in mine own comforts. I prithee, good Iago, go to the bay and disembark my coffers. Bring thou the master to the citadel. He is a good one, and his worthiness does challenge much respect. Come, Desdemona. Once more, well met at Cyprus.
Exit Othello and Desdemona.
Presently at the harbor. Come, thither. If thou beest valiant, as they say base men being in love, have then a nobility in their natures more than is native to them. List me. The lieutenant tonight watches on this court of guard. First, I must tell thee this. Desdemona is directly in love with him.
Him? Why, it is not possible.
Lay thy finger thus, and let thy soul be instructed. Mark me, with what violence she first loved the Moor, but for bragging and telling her fantastical tales and lies. To love him still for prating, let not thy discreet heart think it. Her eye must be fed, and what delight shall she have to look on the devil? When the blood is made dull with the act of sport, there should be a game to inflame it, and to give satiety a fresh appetite. Loveliness and favor, sympathy in years, manners, and beauties, all which the Moor is deficient in. Now, for want of these required conveniences, her delicate tenderness will find itself abused, begin to heave the gorge, disrelish, and abhor the Moor. Very nature will instruct her to it, and compel her to some second choice. Now, sir, this granted, as it is most pregnant and unforced position, who stands so eminent in the degree of this fortune as Cassio does? A knave very voluble, no further conscionable than in putting on the mere form of civil and human seeming for the better compass of his salt and most hidden loose affection. Why none? Why none? A slipper and a subtle knave, a finder of occasion, that he's an eye can stamp and counterfeit advantages, though one true advantage never present itself. Devilish knave. Besides, the knave is handsome, young, and have all those requisites in him that folly and green minds look after. Pestilent, complete knave. And the woman hath found him already.
I do not believe that in her. She's full of most blessed condition.
Blessed pig's end. The wine she drinks is made of grapes. If she had been blessed, she would never have loved the Moor. Blessed pudding. Didst thou not see her paddle with the palm of his hand? Didst not mark that?
Yes, that I did, but that was but courtesy.
Lechery. By this hand, an index and obscure prologue to the history of lust and foul thoughts. They met so near with their lips that their breaths embraced together. Villainous thoughts, Rodrigo, when these mutabilities so marshal the way, hard at hand comes the master and main exercise, the incorporate conclusion. But sir, be you ruled by me. I have brought you from Venice. Watch you tonight, for the command lay it upon you. Cassio knows you not. I'll not be far from you. Do you find some occasion to anger Cassio, either by speaking too loud or tainting his discipline, or from whatever course you please, which the time shall more favorably minister?
Well,
sir, he's rash and very sudden in choler, and haply may strike at you. Provoke him that he may, for even out of that will I cause these of Cyprus to mutiny, whose qualification shall come into no true taste again, but by the displanting of Cassio. So shall you have a shorter journey to your desires, by the means I shall then have to fulfill them, and the impediment most profitably removed, without the which there were no expectation of our prosperity.
I will do this if you can bring it to any opportunity.
I warrant thee. Meet me by and by at the citadel. I must fetch his necessaries ashore. Farewell.
Adieu.
He exits.
Oh, that Cassio loves her, I do well believe it. That she loves him, 'tis apt and of great credit. The more, howbeit that I endure him not, is of a constant loving noble nature, and I dare think he'll prove to Desdemona a most dear husband. Now, I do love her too. Not out of absolute lust, though peradventure I stand a compliment for such great a sin, but partly led to diet my revenge, for that I do suspect the lusty Moor hath leaped into my seat, the thought whereof doth like a poisonous mineral gnaw my inwards, and nothing can or shall content my soul till I am even with him, wife for wife. Or failing so, yet that I put the Moor into such a jealousy, so strong that judgment cannot cure. Which thing to do, if this poor trash of Venice, whom I trace for his quick hunting, stand the putting on, I'll have our Michael Cassio on the hip. Abuse him to the Moor in the right garb, for I fear Cassio with my nightcap too. Make the Moor thank me, love me, and reward me for making him egregiously an ass, and practicing upon his peace and quiet, even to madness. 'Tis here, yet but confused, knavery's plain face is never seen till used.
Second scene. Enter Othello's herald with a proclamation.
I'll read it. It is Othello's pleasure, our noble and valiant general, that upon certain tidings now arrived, importing the mere perdition of the Turkish fleet, every man put himself into triumph, some to dance, some to make bonfires, each man to what sport and revels his addition leads him. For besides these beneficial news, it is the celebration of his nuptial. So much was his pleasure should be proclaimed. All offices are opened, and there is full liberty of feasting from this present house of 5 till the bell have tolled 11. Bless the Isle of Cyprus and our noble general Othello.
He exits. Enter Othello, Desdemona, Cassio, and attendants.
Good Michael, look you to the guard tonight. Let's teach ourselves that honorable stop, not to outsport discretion.
Iago hath direction what to do, but notwithstanding with my personal eye will I look to it.
Iago is most honest. Michael, good night. Tomorrow with your earliest, let me have speech with you. Come, my dear love, the purchase made, the fruits are to ensue, the profits yet to come between me and you. Good night.
Exit. Enter Iago.
Oh, welcome, Iago. We must to the watch.
Not this hour, Lieutenant. 'Tis not yet 10 of the clock. Our general cast us thus early for the love of his Desdemona, who let us not therefore blame. He hath not yet made wanton the night with her, and she is sport for Jove.
She's a most exquisite lady.
And I'll warrant her full of game.
Indeed, she's a most fresh and delicate creature.
As she has, methinks it sounds a parley to provocation.
An inviting eye, and yet methinks right modest.
And when she speaks, is it not an alarm to love?
Ah, she is indeed perfection.
Well, happiness to their sheets. Come, Lieutenant, I have a stop of wine, and here without are a brace of Cyprus gallants that would fain have a measure to the health of Black Othello.
Not tonight, good Iago. I have very poor and unhappy brains for drinking. I could well wish courtesy would invent some other custom of entertainment.
You're our friends, but 1 cup. I'll drink for you.
I have drunk but 1 cup tonight, and that was craftily qualified too. And behold what innovation it makes here. I am unfortunate in the infirmity and dare not task my weakness with any more.
Man, 'tis a night of revels. The gallants desire it.
Where are they?
Here at the door. I pray you, call them in.
I'll do it, but it dislikes me.
Exits.
I can fasten but one cup upon him with that which he hath drunk tonight already. He'll be as full of quarrel and offense as young mistress's dog. Now my sick fool Rodrigo, whom love hath almost turned the wrong side out, to Desdemona hath tonight caroused. Potations pottled deep, and he's to watch. 3 else of Cyprus, noble swelling sprites, that hold their honors in a wary distance, the very elements of this warlike isle. Have I tonight flustered with flowing cups, and they watch too. Now, amongst this flock of drunkards, am I to put our Cassio in some action that may offend the isle? Oh, but here they come.
Enter Cassio, Montano, and gentlemen.
If consequence do but approve my dream, my boat sails freely, both with wind and stream.
For heaven, they have given me a rouse already.
Good faith, the little one, not past a pint as I am a soldier.
Some wine, ho! And let the cannikin clink, clink, and let the cannikin clink. A soldier's a man, oh man's life's but a span. Why then let the soldier drink. Some wine, boys!
For heaven, an excellent song.
I learned it in England, where indeed they are most potent in potting. Your Dane, your German, and your swag belly Hollander, drink ho, are nothing to your English.
Is your Englishman so exquisite in his drinking?
Why, he drinks you with facility. Your Dane dead drunk. He sweats not to overthrow your almond. He gives your Hollander a vomit ere the next bottle can be filled.
To the health of our general!
I have brought, Lieutenant, and I'll do you justice.
Oh, sweet England. King Stephen was a worthy peer. His breeches cost him a crown. He held them 6pence all too dear. With that he called the tailor lown. He was a wight of high renown, and thou art but of low degree. 'Tis pride that pulls the country down, and take thy old cloak about thee. Oh, some wine, ho!
That's a more exquisite song than the other.
Will you hear it again?
No, for I hold him to be unworthy of his place that does those things. Well, heavens above and all there be souls must be saved, and there be souls must not be saved.
True, good lieutenant.
For mine own part, no offense to the general nor any man of quality, I hope to be saved.
So do I too, Lieutenant.
Aye, but by your leave, not before me. The lieutenant is to be saved before the agent. Let's have no more of this. Let's to our affairs. Forgive us our sins, gentlemen. Let's look to our business. Do not think, gentlemen, I am drunk. This is my ancient. This is my right hand. And this is my left. I'm not drunk now. I can stand well enough. I speak well enough.
Excellent.
Well, then you must think then that I'm drunk.
To the platform, masters come. Let's set the watch.
You see this fellow that has gone before? He's a soldier fit to stand by Caesar and give direction. But do but see his vice. 'Tis to his virtue a just equinox, the one as long as the other. 'Tis pity of him. I fear the trust Othello puts in him on some odd time of his infirmity will shake this island.
But as he often does?
It's evermore his prologue to his sleep. He'll watch the horror log a double set if drink rock not his cradle.
I wonder what the general were put in mind of it. Perhaps he sees it not, or his good nature prizes the virtue that appears in Cassio and looks not on his evils. Is not this true?
Now, Rodrigo, I pray you, after the lieutenant, go.
And 'tis great pity that the noble Moor should hazard such a place, as his own second was one of an ingraft infirmity. It were an honest action to say so to the Moor.
Not I, for this fair island. I do love Cassio well, and would do much to cure him of this evil. But hark, what noise?
Hey!
Rodrigo.
You rogue, you rascal!
What's the matter, Lieutenant?
Knave, teach me my duty. I'll beat the knave into a twicking bottle. Dost thou prate, rogue?
Nay, good Lieutenant, I pray you, sir, hold your hand.
Let me go, sir. I'll knock you o'er the mazzard.
Come, you're drunk.
Drunk!
Away, I say. Go and cry a mutiny. Nay, good lieutenant. Last gentleman. Help, ho, lieutenant. Sir Montano. Help, masters. There's a goodly watch indeed. Who's that who rings the bell? Diablo, ho! The town will rise. Oh, fie, lieutenant. You'll be ashamed forever.
Enter Othello in attendance.
What is the matter here?
Please still. I'm hurt to the death.
Hold for your lives.
Hold, ho! Lieutenant, Sir Montano, gentlemen, have you forgot all place of sense and duty? Hold! The gentleman speaks to you. Hold for shame.
Why? How now? Ho! For whence ariseth this? Are we turned Turks, and to ourselves do that which heaven hath forbid the Ottomites? For Christian shame, put by this barbarous brawl. He that stirs next to carve for his own rage holds his soul light. He dies upon his motion. Since that silence that dreadful bell, it fights the isle from her propriety. What is the matter, masters? Honest Iago, that looks dead with grieving, speak. Who began this? On thy love I charge thee.
I do not know. Friends all, but now, even now, in quarter and in terms like bride and groom divesting them for bed, and then, but now, as if some planet had unwitted men, swords out and tilting one another's breasts in opposition bloody. I cannot speak any beginning to this peevish odds, and would in action glorious I had lost those legs that brought me to a part of it.
How comes it, Michael, you are thus forgot?
I pray you, pardon me, I cannot speak.
Worthy Montano, you were wont to be civil. The gravity and stillness of your youth the world hath noted, and your name is great in mouths of wisest censure. What's the matter that you unlace your reputation thus and spend your rich opinion for the name of a night brawler? Give me answer to it.
For the Othello, I am hurt to danger. Your officer Iago can inform you, while I spare speech which something now offends me. Out of all that I do know, or know I ought by me that said or done amiss this night, unless self-charity be sometimes a vice, and to defend ourselves it be a sin when violence assails us.
Now, by heaven, my blood begins my safer guides to rule, and passion, having my best judgment colleagued, essays to lead the way. If I once stir or do but lift this arm, the best of you shall sink in my rebuke. Give me to know how this foul rout began. Who set it on? And he that is approved in this offense, though he hath twinned it with me both at birth, shall loose me. What? In a town of war, yet wild, the people's hearts brim full of fear, to manage private and domestic quarrel? In night and on the court and guard of safety? 'Tis monstrous. Iago, who began it?
If partially affined or league in office, thou dost deliver more or less than truth, thou art no soldier.
Be not so near. I'd rather have this tongue cut from my mouth than I should do offense to Michael Cassio. Yet, I persuade myself to speak the truth, shall nothing wrong him. This it is, General. Montano and myself being in speech, there comes a fellow crying out for help, and Cassio following him with determined sword to execute upon him. Sir, this gentleman steps into Cassio and entreats his pause. Myself, the crying fellow did pursue, lest by his l'amour as it fell out, the town might fall in fright. He, swift of foot, outran my purpose, and I returned them rather for that I heard the clink and fall of swords, and Cassio high in oath, which till tonight I ne'er might say before. When I came back, for this was brief, I found them close together at blow and thrust, even as again they were when yourself did part them. More of this matter can I report, but men are men. The best sometimes forget, though Cassio did some little wrong to him, as men in rage strike those which wish them best. Yet surely Cassio, I believe, received from him that fled some strange indignity, which patience could not pass.
I know, Iago, honesty and love doth mince this matter, making it light to Cassio. Cassio, I love thee, but nevermore be officer of mine.
Enter Desdemona attended.
Look, if my gentle love be not raised up, I'll make thee an example.
What is the matter, dear?
All's well, sweetie. Come away to bed. Sir, for your hurts, myself will be your surgeon. Lead him off. Iago, look with care about the town, and silence those whom this vile brawl distracted. Come, Desdemona. 'Tis the soldier's life to have their balmy slumbers waked with strife.
They exit.
But are you hurt, Lieutenant?
I past all surgery.
Harry, heaven forbid.
Reputation! 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 I have lost my reputation. I have lost the immortal part of myself. And what remains is bestial. My reputation, Iago. My reputation.
As I'm an honest man, I thought you'd have received some bodily wound. There was more sense in that than in reputation. Reputation is an idle and most false imposition, oft got without merit and lost without deserving. You have lost no reputation at all unless you repute yourself such a loser. But man, there are more ways to recover the general again. You were but now cast in his mood, a punishment more in policy than in malice. Even so as one would beat his officer-less dog to affright an imperious lion, sue to him again and he's yours.
I will rather sue to be despised than to deceive so good a commander with so slight, so drunken, and so indiscreet an officer. Drunk and speak parrot, squabble, swagger, swear, and discourse fustian with one's own shadow. Oh, thou invisible spirit of wine, if thou hast no name to be known by, let us call thee devil.
Was he that followed you with your sword? What had he done to you?
I know not.
Is it possible?
I remember a mass of things, but nothing distinctly. A quarrel, but nothing wherefore. Oh, that men should put an enemy in their mouths to steal away their brains. That we should with joy, pleasant, revel, and applause transform ourselves into beasts.
But you are now well enough. How came you thus recovered?
It hath pleased the devil drunkenness to give place to the devil wrath. One unperfectness shows me another to make me frankly despise myself.
You are too severe a moraler. As the time, the place, and the condition of this country stands, I could heartily wish this had not befallen. But since it is, as it is, mend it for your own good.
I will ask him for my place again. He shall tell me I am a drunkard. Had I as many mouths as Hydra, such an answer would stop them all. To be now a sensible man, by and by a fool, presently a beast. Oh, strange. Every inordinate cup is unblessed. The ingredient is a devil.
Good wine is a good familiar creature if it be well used. Exclaim no more against it. And good lieutenant, you think I love you.
I have well approved it, sir. I, drunk.
You or any man living may be drunk at a time, man. I tell you what you should do. Our general's wife is now the general. I may say so in this respect, for he hath devoted and given up himself to the contemplation, mark, and devotement of her parts and graces. Confess yourself freely to her, importune her help you to put you in your place again. She is of so free, so kind, so apt, so blessed a disposition. She holds it a vice in her goodness not to do more than she is requested. This broken joint between you and her husband entreat her to splinter, and my fortunes against any lay worth naming, this crack of your love shall grow stronger than it was before.
You advise me well.
I protest in the sincerity of love and honest kindness.
I think it freely, and betimes in the morning I will beseech the virtuous Desdemona to undertake for me. I am desperate of my fortunes if they check me.
We're in the right. Good night, Lieutenant. I must to the watch.
Good night, honest Iago.
He exits.
What's he then that says I play the villain? When this advice is free, I give, and honest, probable to thinking, and indeed the course to win the more again. For 'tis most easy the inclining Desdemona to subdue in any honest suit. She's framed as fruitful as the free elements, and then for her to win the more were to renounce his baptism, all seals and symbols of redeemed sin. His soul is so enfettered to her love that she may make, unmake, or do what she list, even as her appetite shall play the god. With his weak function, how am I then a villain to counsel Cassio to this parallel course directly to his good? Divinity of hell, when devils will the blackest sins put on, they do suggest it first with heavenly shows, as I do now. For while this honest fool plies Desdemona to repair his fortune, and she for him pleads strongly to the Moor. I'll power this pestilence into his ear, that she repeals him for her body's lust. And by how much she strives to do him good, she'll undo her credit with the Moor. So will I turn her virtue into pitch, and out of her own goodness make the net that shall enmesh them all. How now, Rodrigo? Rodrigo?
Virginia,
Enter Rodrigo.
Virginia.
I'll do it. I just follow here in the chase, not like a hound that hunts, but one that fills up with the cry. My money is almost spent. I have been tonight exceedingly well cudgeled, and I think the issue will be I have so much experience for my pains, and so with no money at all and a little more wit, return again to Venice.
How poor are they that have not patience? What wound did ever heal but by degrees? Thou know we work by wit and not by witchcraft, and wit depends on dilatory time. Does not go well? Cassio hath beaten thee, and thou by that small hurt hast cashiered Cassio. Though other things grow far against the sun, yet fruits that blossom first will first be ripe. Content thyself a while. Oh, in troth, 'tis morning. Pleasure and action make the hour seem short. Retire thee. Go where thou art billeted. Away, I say. Thou shalt no more hereafter. Nay, get thee gone.
Rodrigo exits.
My wife must move for Cassio to her mistress. I'll set her on myself a while to draw the Moor apart and bring him jump when he may Cassio find, soliciting his wife. Aye, that's the way. Dull not device by coldness and delay.
Act 3, Scene 1. Enter Cassio, musicians, and clown.
Masters, play here. I'll content your pain, something that's brief, and bid good morrow, General.
Why, masters, have your instruments been in Naples that they speak in the nose thus?
Hi, sir, how?
Are these, I pray you, wind instruments?
Aye, marry, they are, sir.
Oh, thereby hangs a tale.
Whereby hangs the tale, sir?
Marry, sir, by many a wind instrument that I know, by the tale. But masters, here's money for you, and the general so likes your music that he desires you for love's sake to make no more noise with it.
No, sir, we will not.
If you have any music that may not be heard, do it again. But as I say, to hear music the general does not greatly care.
We have none such, sir.
Then put up your pipes in your bag, for I'll go away. Go vanish into air away.
Dost thou hear me, mine honest friend?
No, I hear not your honest friend. I hear you.
Prithee, keep up thy quillets. There's a poor piece of gold for thee. If the gentlewoman that attends the general be stirring, tell her there's one Cassio entreats her a little favor of speech. Wilt thou do this?
She is stirring, sir. If she will stir hither, I shall seem to notify unto her.
Exits clown, enter Iago.
In happy time, Iago.
Have not been a bed then?
Oh, I know. The day had broke before we parted. I have made bold my suit to her that she will to virtuous Desdemona procure me some access.
I'll send her to you presently, and I'll devise a mean to draw the Moor out of the way, that your converse and business may be more free.
I humbly thank you for it. I never knew a Florentine more kind and honest.
Enter Amelia.
Good morrow, good lieutenant. I am sorry for your displeasure, but all will sure be well. The general and his wife are talking of it, and she speaks for you stoutly. The Moor replies that he you hurt is of great fame in Cyprus and great affinity, and in wholesome wisdom he might not but refuse you. But he protests he loves you and needs no other suitor but his likings to bring you in again.
Oh, yet I beseech you, if you think fit, or that it may be done, give me advantage of some brief discourse with Desdemona alone.
Oh, pray you, come in. I will bestow you where you shall have time to speak your bosom freely.
I am much bound to you.
Second scene. Enter Othello, Iago, and gentlemen.
These letters give Iago to the pilot, and by him do my duties to the Senate. That done, I will be walking to the works. Prepare there to me.
Oh, my good lord, I'll do it.
This fortification, gentlemen, shall we see it?
Oh, well, wait upon your lordship.
Exit. Scene 3. Enter Desdemona, Cassio, and Emilia.
Be thou assured, good Cassio, I will do all my abilities in thy behalf.
Oh, good madam, do. I ward it grieves my husband as if it was his cause. The cause were his. And my scrolling is just,
That's an honest fellow. Do not doubt, Cassio, but I will have my lord, and you again as friendly as you were.
Bounteous madam, whatever shall become of Michael Cassio, he's never anything but your true servant.
I know it. I thank you. You do love my lord. You have known him long, and be you well assured he shall in strangeness stand no farther off than in a politic distance.
Aye, but lady, that policy may either last so long or feed upon such nice and waterish diet, or breed itself so out of circumstances that I, being absent and my place supplied, my general will forget my love and service.
Do not doubt that. Before Amelia, here I give thee warrant of thy place. Assure thee, if I do vow a friendship, I'll perform it to the last article. My lord shall never rest. I'll watch him tame and talk him out of patience. His bed shall seem a school, his board a shrift. I'll intermingle everything he does with Cassio's suit. Therefore be merry, Cassio, for thy solicitor shall rather die than give thy cause away.
madam, here comes my lord.
Madam, I'll take my leave.
Why, stay and hear me speak.
Madam, not now. I'm very ill at ease, unfit for my own purpose.
Well, do your discretion.
Cassio exits.
I like not that.
What dost thou say?
My lord. Or if I know not what.
Was not that Cassio parted from my wife?
No, my lord, oh, sure, I cannot think it that he would steal away so guilty-like, seeing your coming.
I do believe 'twas he.
How now, my lord? I have been talking with a suitor here, a man that languishes in your displeasure.
Who is it you mean?
Why, your lieutenant, Cassio. Good my lord, if I have any grace or power to move you, his present reconciliation take. For if he be not one that truly loves you, that errs in ignorance and not in cunning, I have no judgment in an honest face. I prithee call him back.
Went he hence now?
I so humble that he hath left part of his grief with me to suffer with him. Good love, call him back.
Not now, sweet Desdemona, some other time.
But shall it be shortly?
The sooner, sweet, for you.
Shall it be tonight at supper?
No, not tonight.
Tomorrow, dinner then.
I shall not dine at home. I meet the captains at the citadel.
Why then tomorrow night, on Tuesday morn, on Tuesday noon or night, on Wednesday morn. I prithee name the time, but let it not exceed 3 days. In faith, he's penitent, and yet his trespass in our common reason, save that they say the wars must make example, out of her best is not almost a fault to incur a private check. When shall he come? Tell me, Othello, I wonder in my soul what you would ask me that I should deny or stand so mammering on. What? Michael Cassio that came a-wooing with you? And so many a time when I have spoke of you dispraisingly, hath ta'en your part to have so much to do to bring him in. Trust me, I could do much.
Prithee, no more. Let him come when he will. I will deny thee nothing.
Why, this is not a boon. 'Tis as I should entreat you wear your gloves, or feed on nourishing dishes, or keep you warm, or sue to you to do a peculiar profit to your own person. Nay, when I have a suit wherein I mean to touch your love indeed, it shall be full of poise and difficult weight and fearful to be granted.
I will deny thee nothing. Whereon I do beseech thee, grant me this, to leave me but a little to myself.
Shall I deny you? No. Farewell, my lord.
Farewell, my Desdemona. I'll come to thee straight.
Amelia, come. Be as your fancies teach you. Whate'er you be, I am obedient.
He exits.
Excellent wretch! Perdition catch my soul, but I do love thee. And when I love thee not, chaos is come again.
My noble lord,
What dost thou say, Iago?
Michael Cassio, when he wooed my lady, know of your love?
He did, from first to last. Why dost thou ask?
But for a satisfaction of my thought, no further harm.
Why of thy thought, Iago?
I did not think he had been acquainted with her.
Oh, yes, and went between us very oft. Indeed? Aye, indeed. Durst thou aught in that? Is he not honest?
Honest, my lord?
Honest, aye, honest.
My lord, for aught I know.
What dost thou think?
Think, my lord?
Think, my lord? Alas, thou echoest me as if there were some monster in thy thought too hideous to be shown. Thou dost mean something. I heard thee say even now thou likest not that when Cassio left my wife. What didst not like? And when I told thee he was of my counsel, of my whole course of women, thou criedst, indeed? And didst contract and purse thy brow together, as if thou then hadst shut up in thy brain some horrible conceit. If thou dost love me, show me thy thought.
Lord, you know I love you.
I think thou dost. And for I know thou art full of love and honesty, and wait'st thy words before thou givest them breath, therefore these stops of thine fright me the more. For such things in a false disloyal knave are tricks of custom. But in a man that's just, they're close dilations working from the heart that passion cannot rule.
Michael Cassio, I dare be sworn, I think that he is honest.
I think so too.
Men should be what they seem, or those that be not. Would they might seem none.
Certain. Men should be what they seem.
Why, then I think Cassio's an honest man.
Nay, yet there's more in this. I prithee speak to me as to thy thinkings, as thou dost ruminate, and give thy worst of thoughts the worst of words.
Good my lord, pardon me. Though I am bound to every act of duty, I am not bound to that. All slaves are free. Utter my thoughts? Why, say they are wild and false, as wears that palace whereunto foul things sometimes intrude not. Who has that breast so pure, wherein uncleanly apprehensions keep leets and law days and in session sit with meditations lawful?
Thou dost conspire against thy friend Iago, if thou but think'st him wrong and mak'st his ear a stranger to thy thoughts.
I beseech you, though I perchance am vicious in my guess, as I confess it is my nature's plague to spy into abuses and of my jealousy shapes faults that are not, that your wisdom from one that so imperfectly conceits would take no notice, nor build yourself a trouble out of his scattering and unsure observance. It were not for your quiet, nor your good, nor for my manhood, honesty, and wisdom to let you know my thoughts.
What dost thou?
Good name in man and woman, dear my lord, is the immediate jewel of their souls. Who steals my purse steals trash, 'tis something, nothing. 'Twas mine, 'tis his, and has been slave to thousands. But he that filches for me my good name robs me of that which not enriches him, and makes me poor indeed.
I'll know thou thoughts.
Cannot if my heart were in your hand, nor shall not whilst 'tis in my custody.
Huh?
Where, my lord of jealousy? It is the greed-eyed monster which doth mock the meat it feeds on. That cuckold lives in bliss, who certain of his fate loves not his wronger. But oh, what damned minutes tells he o'er, who dotes, yet doubts, suspects, yet soundly loves.
Oh, misery!
Poor and content is rich, and rich enough, but rich is fineless, is as poor as winter. To him that ever fears he shall be poor. Good heaven, the souls of all my tribe defend from jealousy.
Why? Why is this? Think'st thou I'd make a life of jealousy? To follow still the changes of the moon with fresh suspicions? No. To be once in doubt is to be resolved. Exchange me for a goat when I shall turn the business of my soul to such exsufflicate and blowed surmises matching thy inference. 'Tis not to make me jealous to say my wife is fair, feeds well, loves company, is free of speech, sings, plays and dances. Where virtue is, there these are more virtuous. Nor from mine own weak merits will I draw the smallest fear or doubt of her revolt, for she had eyes and chose me. No, Iago, I'll see before I doubt. When I doubt, prove. And on the proof, there is no more but this. Away at once with love or jealousy.
I am glad of this, for now I shall have reason to show the love and duty that I bear you with franker spirit. Therefore, as I am bound, receive it from me. I speak not yet of proof. Look to your wife. Observe her well with Cassio. Wear your eyes thus, not jealous nor secure. I would not have your free and noble nature out of self-bounty be amused. Look to it. I know our country's disposition well. In Venice, they do let heaven see the pranks they dare not show their husbands. Their best conscience is not to leave undone, but kept unknown.
Dost thou say so?
Did deceive her father marrying you, and when she seemed to shake and fear your looks. She loved them most.
And so she did.
Why, go to then. She that's so young could give out such a seeming to seal her father's eyes up close as oak. He thought 'twas witchcraft. But I am much to blame. I humbly do beseech you of your pardon for too much loving you.
I am bound to thee forever.
Yeah. See, this hath a little dashed your spirits.
Not a jot, not a jot.
Trust me, I fear it has. I hope you will consider what is spoke comes from your love. But I do see you are moved. I am to pray you not to strain my speech to grosser issues, nor to larger reach than to suspicion.
I will not.
Could you do so, my lord, my speech should fall into such wild success, which my thoughts aimed not. Cassius, thy worthy friend, my lord, I see you are moved.
No, not much moved. I do not think but Desdemona's honest.
Long live she so, and long live you to think so.
And yet, how nature erring from itself.
Aye, there's the point. As to be bold with you, not to affect many proposed matches of her own clime, complexion, and degree, wherein we see in all things nature tends. Oh, one may smell in such a will most rank, foul disproportion, thoughts unnatural. But pardon me, I do not in position distinctly speak of her, though I may fear her will, recoiling to her better judgment, may fall to match you with her country forms, and happily repent.
Farewell, farewell. If more thou dost perceive, let me know more. Set on thy wife to observe. Leave me, Iago.
My lord, I take my leave.
Why did I marry? This honest creature doubtless sees and knows more, much more than he unfolds.
My lord, I would have might entreat your honor to scan this thing no further. Leave it to time. Although 'tis fit for Cassio have his place, for sure he fills it up with great ability, yet if you please, to him off a while. You shall by that perceive him and his means. Note if your lady strain his entertainment with any strong or vehement importunity. Much will be seen in that. In the meantime, let me be thought too busy in my fears, as unworthy cause I have to fear I am, and hold her free. I do beseech your honor.
Fear not my government.
I once more take my leave.
He exits.
This fellow's of exceeding honesty, and knows all quantities with the learned spirit of human dealings. If I do prove her haggard, though that her jesses were my dear heartstrings, I'll whistle her off, and let her down the wind to prey at fortune. Haply, for I am black, and have not those soft parts of conversation that the chamberers have. Or for I am declined into the vale of years, yet that's not much. She's gone. I am abused, and my relief must be to loathe her. Oh, curse of marriage! That we can call these delicate creatures ours and not their appetites. I'd rather be a toad and live upon the vapor of a dungeon than keep a corner in the thing I love for others' uses. Yet 'tis the plague of great ones, prerogative as they are less than the base. 'Tis destiny unshunnable like death. Even then this forked plague is fated to us when we do quicken. Look, where she comes.
Enter Desdemona and Emilio.
If she be false, heaven mocked itself. I'll not believe it.
How now, my dear Othello, your dinner and the generous islanders by you invited do attend your presence.
I am to blame.
Why do you speak so faintly? Are you not well?
I have a pain upon my forehead here.
Why, that's with watching. 'Twill away again. Let me but bind it hard. Within this hour it will be well.
Your napkin is too little. Let it alone. Come, I'll go with you.
Exits.
I am very sorry that you are not well.
I'm glad I found this napkin. This was her first remembrance from the moor. My wayward husband hath 100 times wooed me to steal it. But she loves this token, for he conjured her she should ever keep it, that she reserve it evermore about her, to kiss and talk to. I'll have the work taken out and give it to Iago. What he will do with it, heaven knows, not I. Nothing but to please his fantasy.
Enter Iago.
Now, what do you here alone?
Do not you chide. I have a thing for you.
You have a thing for me. It is a common thing.
Huh?
Have a foolish wife.
Oh, is that all? What will you give me now for that same handkerchief?
What handkerchief?
What handkerchief? Why, that the Moor first gave to Desdemona, that which you so often bid me to steal.
Stolen it from her?
No, but she let it drop by negligence, and to the advantage I, being here, took it up. Look, here it is.
Give it me.
What will you do with it that you have been so earnest to have me filch it?
That to you.
Oh, no. Give me back my page, please. I just lost my place. Page, please.
88.
Jeez. Something's... Oh, Lordy, please help me now. Hold on. I'll be right there. You were saying to me just now, and I'm going to...
What is that? What is that to you?
What is that to me? What is that? What is that to me? If it be not for some purpose of import, give it me again. Poor lady, she'll run mad when she'll lack it.
Not known on it. I have use for it. Go, leave me.
Exit Amelia.
I will in Cassio's lodging loose this napkin and let him find it. Trifles light as air, and to the jealous confirmation strong as proof of holy writ. This may do something. The Moor already changes with my poison. Dangerous conceits are in their natures poison, which at the first are scarce found to distaste, but with a little act upon the blood, burn like the mines of sulphur. I did say so.
Othello enters.
Look where he comes. Not poppy, nor mandragora, nor o'er the drowsy syrups of the world shall ever medicine thee in thy sweet sleep, which thou owest yesterday.
Ha! Ha! False to me? Okay.
But how
Okay,
now,
wait a minute.
General? No more of that.
Avaunt! Begone! Thou hast set me on the rack. I twist 'tis better to be much abused than but to know it a little.
Come now, my lord.
What sense had I in her stolen hours of lust? I saw it not, thought it not. It harmed not me. I slept the next night well, fed well, was free and merry. I found not Cassio's kisses on her lips. He that is robbed, not wanting what is stolen, let him not know it, and he's not robbed at all.
I'm sorry to hear this.
I had been happy if the general camp, pioneers and all, had tasted her sweet body, so I had nothing known. Oh, now forever, farewell the tranquil mind, farewell content, farewell the plumed troops and the big wars that makes ambition virtue. Oh, farewell, farewell the neighing steed and the shrill trump. the spirit-stirring drum, the ear-piercing fife, the royal banner, and all quality, pride, pomp, and circumstance of glorious war. And oh, you mortal engines, whose rude throats the immortal Jove's dread clamors counterfeit, farewell, Othello's occupation's gone.
Is it possible, my lord?
Villain, be sure thou prove my love a whore. Be sure of it. Give me the ocular proof. Or by the worth of mine eternal soul, thou hadst been better had been born a dog than answer my waked wrath.
Is it come to this?
Let me look to make me to see it, or at the least so prove it, that the probation bear no hinge nor loop to hang a doubt on, or woe upon thy life.
Noble lord.
If thou dost slander her and torture me, never pray more. Abandon all remorse. On horror's head, horrors accumulate. Do deeds to make heaven weep, all earth amazed. For nothing canst thou to damnation add greater than that.
Wait, so heaven forgive me. Are you a man? Have you a soul or sense? God, by you take mine office. Oh, wretched fool that loves to make thine honesty a vice. Oh, monstrous world. Take note, O world. To be direct and honest is not safe. I thank thee for this prophet, and from hence I'll love no friend, since love breeds such offense.
Nay, stay. Think thou shouldst be honest.
Should be wise, for honesty's a fool, and loses that it works for.
By the world, I think my wife be honest, and think she is not. I think that thou art just, and think thou art not. I'll have some proof. My name that was as fresh as Dian's visage is now begrimed and black as my own face. If there be cords or knives, poison or fire, or suffocating streams, I'll not endure it. What I was satisfied.
I see you are eaten up with passion. I do repent me that I put it to you. You would be satisfied?
Would? Nay, and I will.
And may. But how? How satisfied, my lord? Would you, the supervisor, grossly gape on? Behold her topped?
Death and damnation, oh!
There were tedious difficulty, I think, to bring them to that prospect. Damn them then, if ever mortal eyes do see them bolster mine than their own. What then? How then? What shall I say? Where's satisfaction? It were impossible you should see this, were they as prime as goats, as hot as monkeys, as salt as wolves in pride, and fools as gross as ignorance made drunk. And yet I say, if imputation and strong circumstances which lead directly to the door of truth will give you satisfaction, you might have it.
Give me a living reason she's disloyal.
Do not like the office, but sith I am entered in this cause so far, pricked to it by foolish honesty and love, I will go on. I lay with Cassio lately, and being troubled by a raging tooth, I could not sleep. There is a kind of men so loose of soul, and in their sleeps will mutter their affairs. One of this kind is Cassio. In sleep I heard him say, "Sweet Desdemona, let us be wary. Let us hide our loves." And then, sir, will he gripe and wring my hand, cry, "Oh, sweet creature!" Then he kissed me hard, as if plucked up kisses by the roots that grew upon my lips, laid his leg o'er my thigh, and sigh and kiss, and then cry, "Cursed fate that gave thee to the moor.
Oh, monstrous, monstrous!
This was but his dream.
But this denoted a foregone conclusion. 'Tis a shrewd doubt, though it be but a dream.
And this may help to thicken other proofs that do demonstrate thinly.
I'll tear her to all pieces.
Nay, yet be wise. Yet we see nothing done. She may be honest yet. Tell me but this. Have you not sometimes seen a handkerchief spotted with strawberries in your wife's hand?
I gave her such a one. 'Twas my first gift.
I know not that, but such a handkerchief, I am sure it was your wife's. Did I today see Cassio wipe his beard with?
If it be that.
If it be that, or any, it was hers. It speaks against her with the other proofs.
Oh, that the slave had 40,000 lives. One is too poor, too weak for my revenge. Now do I see 'tis true. Look here, Iago. All my fond love, thus do I blow to heaven. 'Tis gone. Arise, black vengeance from the hollow hell. Yield up, O love, thy crown, and hearted throne to tyrannous hate. Swell bosom with thy fraught, for 'tis of aspect's tongue.
Be content.
Oh, blood, blood, blood!
Patience, I say. Your mind may change.
Never, Iago. Like to the Pontic Sea, whose icy current and compulsive course ne'er keeps retiring ebb, but keeps due on to the Propontic and the Hellespont, even so my bloody thoughts with violent pace shall ne'er look back, never ebb to humble love, till that a capable and wide revenge swallow them up. Nay, now by yon marble heaven, in the due reverence of a sacred vow, I here engage my word.
Do not rise yet. Witness, you ever-burning lights above, you elements that clip us round about. Witness that here, Iago doth give up the execution of his wit, hands, heart to wronged Othello's service. Let him command, and to obey shall be in me remorse, what bloody business ever.
I greet thy love, not with vain thanks, but with acceptance bounteous, and will upon the instant put thee to it. Within these 3 days, let me hear thee say that Cassio's not alive.
My friend is dead. 'Tis done at your request. But let her live.
Damn her, lewd minx! Oh, damn her, damn her! Come, go with me apart. I will withdraw to furnish me with some swift means of death for the fair devil. Now art thou my lieutenant.
I am your own, forever.
Scene 4. Enter Desdemona, Amelia, and Clown.
Do you know, Sirrah, where Lieutenant Cassio lies?
I dare not say he lies anywhere.
Why, man?
He's a soldier. For me to say a soldier lies, to stab him.
Go to, where lodges he?
To tell you where he lodges is to tell you where I lie.
Can anything be made of this?
I know not where he lodges, and for me to devise at lodging and say he lies here or he lies there, which are lie in my own throat.
Can you inquire him out and be edified by report?
I will catechize the world for him, that is, make questions and by them answer.
Seek him, bid him come hither, tell him I have moved my lord on his behalf and hope all will be well.
To do this is within the compass of man's wit, and therefore I will attempt the doing of it.
The Clown exits.
Where should I lose the handkerchief, Amelia?
Oh, I know not, madam.
Believe me, I had rather have lost my purse full of cruzados, and but my noble Moor is true of mind and made of no such baseness as jealous creatures are. It were enough to put him to ill thinking.
Is he not jealous?
Who? He? I think the sun where he was born drew all such humors from him.
Look, here he comes.
Enter Othello.
I will not leave him now till Cassio be called to him. How is it with you, my lord?
Well, my good lady. Oh, hardness to dissemble. How do you, Desdemona?
Well, my good lord.
Give me your hand. This hand is moist, my lady.
It hath felt no age, nor known no sorrow.
This argues fruitfulness and liberal heart. Hot, hot, and moist. This hand of yours requires a sequester from liberty, fasting, and prayer, much castigation, exercise devout. For here's a young and sweating devil here that commonly rebels. 'Tis a good hand, a frank one.
You may indeed say so, for 'twas that hand that gave away my heart.
A liberal hand. The hearts of old gave hands, but our new heraldry is hands, not hearts.
I cannot speak of this. Come, now your promise.
What promise, Chuck?
I have sent to bid Cassio come speak with you.
I have a salt and sorry room offends me. Lend me thy handkerchief.
Here, my lord.
That which I gave you.
I have it not about me.
Not?
No, indeed, my lord.
That's a fault. That handkerchief did an Egyptian to my mother give. She was a charmer, and could almost read the thoughts of people. She told her while she kept it 'twould make her amiable, and to do my father entirely to her love. But if she lost it, or made a gift of it, my father's eye should hold her loathed, and his spirit should haunt after new fancies. She, dying, gave it me, and bid me, when my fate would have me wife, to give it her. I did so, and take heed on it, make it a darling like your precious eye. To lose it or give it away was such perdition as nothing else could match.
Is possible?
'Tis true. There's magic in the web of it. A Sibyl that had numbered in the world the sun to course 200 compasses, and her prophetic fury sowed the work. The worms were hollow that did breed the silk, and it was dyed in mummy which the skillful conserved of maidens' hearts.
Indeed, is true.
Most veritable. Therefore, look to it well.
Then would to heaven that I've never seen it.
Ha! Wherefore?
Why do you speak so startlingly and rash?
Is it lost? Is it gone? Speak, is it out of the way?
Bless us.
Say you.
It is not lost, but what, and if it were?
How?
I say it is not lost.
Fetch it. Let me see it.
Why, so I can, but I will not now. This is a trick to put me from my suit. Pray you, let Cassio be received again.
Fetch me the handkerchief. My mind misgives.
Come, you'll never meet a more sufficient man.
The handkerchief.
A man that all his time hath founded his good fortunes on your love, shared dangers with you.
The handkerchief.
In sooth, you are to blame.
Away.
Othello exits.
Is not this man jealous?
I never saw this before.
Mm.
Sure, there's some wonder in this handkerchief. I am most unhappy in the loss of it.
Tis not a year or two shows us a man. They're all but stomachs, and we all but food. They eat us hungrily, and when they are full, they belch us.
Enter Iago and Cassio.
Look you, Cassio and my husband.
There is no other way. 'Tis she must do it, and lo the happiness go and importune her.
How now, good Cassio, what's the news with you?
Madam, my former suit, I do beseech you that by your virtuous means I may again exist and be a member of his love, whom I, with all the office of my heart, entirely honor. I would not be delayed. If my offense be of such mortal kind that nor my service past, nor present sorrows, nor purposed merit in futurity can ransom me into his love again, but to know so must be my benefit. So shall I clothe me in a forced content and shut myself up in some other course to fortune's alms.
Alas, thrice gentle Cassio, my advocation is not now in tune. My lord is not my lord, nor should I know him were he in favor, as in humor altered. So help me in every spirit sanctified, as I have spoken for you all my best, and stood within the blank of his displeasure for my free speech. You must a while be patient. What I can do, I will, and more I will than for myself I dare. Let that suffice you.
My lord angry?
He went hence but now, and certainly in strange unquietness.
Can he be angry? I have seen the cannon when it has blown his ranks into the air, and like the devil from his very arm puffed his own brother. And is he angry? Something of moment, then. I will go meet him. There's matter indeed, if he be angry.
I prithee do so. Something sure of state, either from Venice or some unhatched practice made demonstrable here in Cyprus, to him hath huddled his clear spirit. And in such cases, men's natures wrangle with inferior things, though great ones are their object. 'Tis even so. For let our finger ache, and it endues our other healthful members even to a sense of pain. Nay, we must think men are not gods, nor of them look for such observancy as fits the bridal. Beshrew me much, Amelia, I was, unhandsome warrior as I am, arraigning his unkindness with my soul. But now I find I had suborned the witness, and he is indicted falsely.
Pray heaven it be state matters as you think, and no conception or no jealousy toy concerning you.
Alas, the day I never gave him cause.
But jealous souls will not be answered so. They are not ever jealous for the cause, but jealous for their jealous. It is a monster begot upon itself, born of itself.
Heaven keep the monster from Othello's mind.
Lady, amen.
I will go seek him. Cassio, walk here about. If I do find him fit, I'll move your suit and seek to effect it to my utmost.
I humbly thank your ladyship.
Enter Bianca.
Save you, friend Cassio!
Oh, what makes you from home? How is it with you, my most fair Bianca? Indeed, sweet love, I was coming to your house.
And I was just going to your lodging, Cassio. What? Keep a week away? 7 days and nights? 8 hours, and lovers' absent hours, more tedious than the dial, 8 times. Oh, we're regretting.
Pardon me, Bianca. I have this while with leaden thoughts been pressed, but I shall, in a more continuate time, strike off this score of absence. Sweet Bianca, take me this work out.
Oh, Cassio, whence came this?
This
is some token from a newer friend to the felt absence. Now I feel a cause is come to this. Well.
Go to, woman. Throw your vile guesses in the devil's teeth from whence you have them. You're jealous now. That is from some mistress, some remembrance? No, in good troth, Bianca.
Why, whose is it?
I know not neither. I found it in my chamber. I like the work well. Ere it be demanded as like enough it will, I would have it copied. Take it and do it, and leave me for this time.
Leave you? Wherefore?
I do attend here on the general, and think it no addition nor my wish to have him see me womaned.
Why, I pray you?
Not that I love you not.
Oh, yeah, but that you do not love me. I pray you, bring me on the way a little, and say if I shall see you soon at night.
'Tis but a little way that I can bring you, for I attend here. But I'll see you soon.
'Tis very good. I must be circumstanced.
Do you want to take a 5-minute break or not? It's
I'm
up
gonna have to go, Michael. I'm sorry.
Let's keep going then.
I have to go now.
You have to go to the bathroom or you have to go?
I have to leave. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Something's come up.
All right. So can somebody take Kitty's roles? I don't know what you've got left, Kitty. I can't. I'm sorry.
Duke, First Gent, and Graciano.
Okay. You can take them. All right. Do you want to take a 5 or not?
I'll take a 5.
Let's take a 5, sort this all out.
Thank
All
you.
right. So let's take a 5. And if anybody wants some of Kitty's roles to split with Jennifer, go to it. I'm just going to stick with Amelia. I'm having a hard enough time with that.
I don't
Sorry,
have any
guys.
roles left in
Bye.
the play, so other than the ones I already played, so I'll just take over for Kitty.
All right.
There
So
you go.
take who you want, and we'll be back in about, I guess, 4.5 minutes or whatever. Is that good?
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, because I know it's a long play and it's already 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Oh, 10:05, we'll be back again. So great. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Sorry Kitty had to leave. Good job, Kitty. Good job, everyone. I'm really, really enjoying listening to this. This is thank you all. And I'm sorry we just Virginia that we just had to sort of get started, and glad you were able to make it. And thank you, Jennifer, for stepping in with that. And so this is fun. And thank you again so much. And we're now well off in our this is now our second Shakespeare reading. So we've got like about our thing from the first time when we did it, when our Shakespeare the Complete thing completed the first folio, which is 36 plays. So for the first 2 years we did 36 plays, and but now we get up to about, actually I'd say, I think it's like 42 of the number of Shakespeare plays we have, because there's Pericles and Two Noble Kinsmen, and then Edward III, which I think very justifiably should be viewed as a Shakespeare play, and then we also have Sir Thomas More and Edmund Ironside. And I mean, which are well, Thomas More, we kind of know that yes, he did do these speeches and such, but this is, thank you all for stepping in and doing this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So
Thanks.
So when we're doing this with the live stream, we can't really sort of pause it or it become like a different thing. So just sort of keep talking during the minutes while we're having the break, or if anybody's got any questions. But I think since Kitty had to leave, that Jennifer will take over that. I guess I can read the stage directions. So.
Great.
Yeah, that would be great.
But yeah, this is wonderful to do it, and I mean this is it's such a great play, and it's such a great play about like how lies and misinformation just can really work on people, you know, and even people who are like, I mean, basically good, you know, once you get your fears and your I mean, suspicions going, it's like just even the fact that he's got the handkerchief is now proof that she must have been unfaithful, and not knowing the whole that what Iago's doing, and that the word that most people use to describe Iago, the word that is most often used is honest Iago.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll say that.
Thanks, Shelley. I appreciate that.
Oh, I loved hustling with you, Derek. Now I want to do reverse gender on stage. I want to do it in one of the libraries. We could have so much fun with this.
Yeah, we could.
I just want to say,
Yeah. I could definitely see that, doing it on stage.
Yeah.
I just want to say that this reading is really incredible. You guys are doing a great job. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in about that.
Well, we're totally enjoying it, believe me.
I'm actually liking this play more than when I saw it. And I've done readings when I never liked it, and I'm actually getting to like the play more. I'm appreciating on a different level now. Yeah.
Well,
And I just got to say, Cynthia and Julie, you were killing it during that long scene. And Cynthia, when you did blood, I was like jumping out of my seat.
I want to jinx it, but so far you are nailing it. I mean, Cynthia, you're just
Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of my dreams. Othello. Yay.
Oh, you
you got the gravitas.
You're incredible.
The other thing I thought about when we did a reading of it once in the library, they were smoking a joint, Cassio, and that doesn't work for me because my experience with marijuana is it doesn't get you into rowdy brawls unless you mix it with booze. Booze, yeah. Marijuana, no, man. No. Unless you mix it, or that's how my experience. So I don't think it's a good choice to use grass.
Yeah, it makes everybody peaceful and calm. So
yeah, it doesn't work with the brawl. Gotta be booze.
We should probably get back to the.
Yes.
Yeah. Where are we now? I think I lost the place. Where are we starting?
107.
We should be at page 107.
Yeah.
Which act, scene one?
Act 4, scene 1.
Or scene 1.
Okay. Got it. I'm there.
Okay. All right. Actus quartus scena prima. Enter Othello and Iago.
Think so?
Think so, Iago?
To kiss in private?
An unauthorized kiss?
Or to be naked with her friend in bed an hour or more, not meaning any harm.
Naked in bed, Iago, and not mean harm? It is a hypocrisy against the devil. They that mean virtuously and yet do so, the devil their virtue tempts, and they tempt heaven.
If they do nothing, 'tis a venial slip. But if I gave my wife a handkerchief,
what then?
Why then 'tis hers, my lord, and being hers, she may, I think, bestow it on any man.
She is protectress of her honor too. May she give that?
Her honor is an essence that's not seen. They have it very oft that have it not, but for the handkerchief.
By heaven, I would most gladly have forgot it. Thou saidst, oh, it comes on my memory as doth the raven or the infectious house boding to all, he had my handkerchief.
Aye, what of that?
That's not so good now.
What if I had said I had seen him do you wrong, or heard him say, as knaves be such abroad, who having by their own importunate suit or voluntary dotage of some mistress, convinced or supplied them, cannot choose but they must blab?
Hath he said anything?
Hath, my lord, but be you well assured, no more than he'll unswear.
What hath he said?
Why, that he did. I know not what he did.
What? What?
Lie
With her?
with her, on her, what you will.
Lie with her? Lie on her? We say lie on her when they belie her. Lie with her? That's fulsome. Handkerchief. Confessions. Handkerchief. To confess and be hanged for his labor? First, to be hanged and then to confess. I tremble at it. Nature would not invest herself in such shadowing passion without some instruction. It is not words that shakes me thus. Pish! Noses, ears, and lips. Is it possible? Confess? Handkerchief? Oh, devil!
Falls in a trance.
Work on. My medicine works. Thus credulous fools are caught, and many worthy and chaste dames, even thus. All guiltless meet reproach. What ho, my lord, my lord! I say, Othello!
Enter Cassio.
What's the matter?
My lord hath fallen into an epilepsy. This is his second fit. He had one yesterday.
Oh, rub him about the temples.
Lethargy must have his quiet course. If not, he foams at mouth and by breaks out into savage madness. Look, he stirs. Do you withdraw yourself a while? He will recover straight. When he is gone, I would on great occasion speak with you. How is General? Have you not hurt your head?
Dost thou mock me?
I mock you not, by heaven. Would you would bear your fortune like a man.
A horned man's a monster and a beast.
There's many a beast than in a populous city, and many a civil monster.
Did he confess it?
Good sir, be a man. Think every bearded fellow that's but yoked may draw with you. There's millions now alive that nightly lie in those improper beds, which they dare swear peculiar. Your case is better. Oh, 'tis the spite of hell, the fiend's arch mock, to lip a wanton in a secure couch, and to suppose her chaste. No, let me know, and knowing what I am, I know what she shall be.
Oh, thou art wise, 'tis certain.
Stand you apart a while. Confine yourself but in a patient list, whilst you are here o'erwhelmed with your grief, a passion most resulting such a man. Cassio came hither. I shifted him away, and laid good excuses upon your ecstasy, bade him return anon, and here speak with me, the which he promised. Do but encave yourself and mark the fleers, the jibes, and notable scorns that dwell in every region of his face, for I will make him tell the tale anew. Where, how oft, how long ago, and when he hath and is again to cope your wife. I say but mark his gesture. Marry, patience, or I shall say you are all in spleen and nothing of a man.
Dost thou hear, Iago? I will be found most cunning in my patience. But dost thou hear? Most bloody.
Not amiss, but you keep time and all. Will you withdraw? Now I will question Cassio of Bianca. a housewife that by selling her desires buys herself bread and cloth. It is a creature that dotes on Cassio, as 'tis the strumpet's plague to beguile many and be beguiled by one. He, when he hears of her, cannot restrain from the excess of laughter. Here he comes.
Enter Cassio.
And he shall smile, Othello shall go mad, and his bookish jealousy must conserve. Poor Cassio smiles, gestures, and light behaviors quite in the wrong. How do you, Lieutenant?
The worse are that you give me the addition, whose want even kills me.
Fly Desdemona well, and you are sure on it. Now, if this suit lay in Bianca's dower, how quickly should you speed?
Alas, poor caitiff.
Look, how he laughs already.
I never knew woman love man so.
Alas, poor rogue. I think indeed she loves me.
Now he denies it faintly and laughs it out.
You hear, Cassio?
Now he importunes him to tell it all. Go to. Well said, well said.
Gives it out that you shall marry her. Do you intend it?
Do you triumph, Roman? Do you triumph?
I marry? What? A customer? Prithee, bear some charity to my wit. Do not think it so unwholesome.
So. They laugh that wins.
By the cry goes that you marry her.
Prithee, say true.
I am a very villain else.
Have you scored me? Well.
This is the monkey's own giving out. She's persuaded I'll marry her out of her own love and flattery, not out of my promise.
Iago becomes me. Now he begins the story.
She was here even now. She haunts me in every place. I was with the other day talking on the sea bank with certain Venetians, and thither comes the bauble and falls me thus about my neck.
Crying, oh dear Cassio, as it were. His gesture imports it.
So hangs and lolls and weeps upon me, so shakes and pulls me.
Oh, now he tells how she plucked him to my chamber. Oh, I see that nose of yours, but not that dog I shall throw it to.
Well, I must leave her company.
Let me look where she comes.
Enter Bianca.
Ah, 'tis such another fit you. Mary, a perfumed one, what do you mean by this haunting of me?
Let the devil and his dam haunt you. What did you mean by that same handkerchief you gave me even now? I was a fine fool to take it. I must take out the work, a likely piece of work that you should find it in your chamber and not know who left it there. This is some minx's token, and I must take out the work. There, give it to your hobby horse, and wheresoever you had it, I'll take out no work on it.
How now, my sweet Bianca? How now? How now?
By heaven, that should be my handkerchief.
If you'll come to supper tonight, you may. If you will not, come when you are next prepared for.
After her, after her.
I must. She'll rail in the streets else.
Will you sup there?
Yes, I intend to.
Well, I may chance to see you, for I very fain speak to you.
Prithee, come, will you?
Oh, go to, say no more.
How shall I murder him, Iago?
Perceive how he laughed at his vice?
Oh, Iago.
And did you see the handkerchief?
Was that mine?
Yours by this hand. And to see how he prizes the foolish woman, your wife, she gave it him, and he hath given it to his whore.
I would have him 9 years of killing. A fine woman, a fair woman, a sweet woman.
Now you must forget that.
I let her rot and perish and be damned tonight, for she shall not live. No, my heart is turned to stone. I strike it, and it hurts my hand. Oh, the world hath not a sweeter creature. She might lie by an emperor's side and command him tasks.
That's not your way.
Hang her! I do but say what she is. So delicate with a needle, an admirable musician. Oh, she will sing the savageness out of a bear, of so high and plenteous wit and invention.
Worse for all this.
Oh, 1,000,000 times. And then of so gentle a condition.
Aye, too gentle.
Nay, that's certain. But yet, the pity of it, Iago. Oh, Iago, the pity of it.
If you're so fond over her iniquity, give her patent to offend. For if it touches you not, it comes near nobody.
I will chop her into messes. Cuckold me?
It's foul in her.
With mine, officer?
That's fouler.
Get me some poison, Iago. This night. I'll not expostulate with her, lest her body and beauty unprovide my mind again. This night, Iago.
But not with poison. Strangle her in her bed, even the bed that she hath contaminated.
Good, good. The justice of it pleases me. Very good.
And as for Cassio, let me be his undertaker. You shall hear more by midnight.
Excellent good. What trumpet is that same?
Enter Lodovico, Desdemona in attendance.
I warrant something from Venice. 'Tis Lodovico, this comes from the Duke. See, your wife's with him.
Oh, save you, worthy general.
With all my heart, sir.
The Duke and the senators of Venice greet you.
I kiss the instrument of their pleasures.
What's the news, good cousin Lodovico?
I am very glad to see you, Signor. Welcome to Cyprus.
I thank you. How does Lieutenant Cassio?
Lives, sir.
Cousin, there's fallen between him and my lord an unkind breach, but you shall make all well.
Are you sure of that?
My lord.
This fail you not to do, as you will.
He did not call. He's busy in the paper. Is there a division betwixt my lord and Cassio?
A most unhappy one. I would do much to atone them for the love I bear to Cassio.
Fire and brimstone.
My lord.
Are you wise?
What? Is he angry?
Maybe the letter moved him, for as I think they do command him home, debuting Cassio in his government.
Trust me, I am glad on it.
Indeed?
My lord.
I am glad to see you mad.
Why, sweet Othello?
Devil!
I have not deserved this.
My lord, this would not be believed in Venice, though I should swear I saw it. 'Tis very much make her mend, she weeps.
I lost my place.
Bottom of 118.
Oh, devil! Devil! If that the earth could teem with women's tears, each drop she falls would prove a crocodile. Out of my sight.
I will not stay to offend you.
Oh, truly, obedient lady, I do beseech your lordship. I do beseech your lordship, call her back.
Mistress?
My lord.
What would you with her, sir?
Who I, my lord?
Oh, aye, you do wish that I would make her turn. Sir, she can turn and turn and yet go on and turn again. And she can weep, sir, weep. And she's obedient, as you say, obedient, very obedient. Proceed you in your tears. Concerning this, sir, a well-painted passion. I am commanded home. Get your way. I'll send for you a nun. Sir, I obey the mandate, and will return to Venice. Hence, avaunt! Cassio shall have my place. And, sir, tonight I do entreat that we may sup together. You are welcome, sir, to Cyprus. Goats and monkeys.
Is this the noble Moor, whom our full sending call all in all sufficient? Is this the nature whom passion could not shape, whose solid virtue the shot of accident nor dart of chance could neither graze nor pierce?
He is much changed.
Or is wit safe? Is he not light of brain?
He's that he is. I may not breathe my censure. What he might be, if what he might, he is not. I would to heaven he were.
Well, what, strike his wife?
Faith, that was not so well, yet would I know that stroke would prove the worst.
Is it his use? Or did the letters work upon his blood and now create his fault?
Alas, it is not honesty in me to speak what I have seen and known. You shall observe him, and his own courses will denote him so that I may save my speech. Do but go after him, and mark how he continues.
I am sorry that I am deceived in him.
Exeunt. Scena secunda, enter Othello and Emilia.
You have seen nothing, then?
Nor ever heard, nor ever did suspect.
Yes, you have seen Cassio and she together.
But then I saw no harm, and then I heard each syllable that breath made up between them.
What? Did they never whisper?
Never, my lord.
Nor send you out of the way?
Never.
To fetch her fan, her gloves, her mask, nor nothing?
Never, my lord.
Strange.
I
That's strange.
durst, my lord, to wager she is honest. Lay down my soul at stake if you think other. Remove your thought. It doth abuse your bosom. If any wretch have put this in your head, let heaven requite it with the serpent's curse. For she be not honest, chaste, and true, there's no man happy. The purest of their wives is foul as slander.
Bid her come hither. Go. She says enough, yet she's a simple bawd that cannot say as much. This is a subtle whore, a closet lock and key of villainous secrets. And yet she'll kneel and pray. I have seen her do it.
Enter Desdemona and Emilia.
My lord, what is your will?
Pray you, Chuck, come hither.
What is your pleasure?
Let me see your eyes. Look in my face.
What horrible fancy is this?
Some of your function, mistress. Leave procreance alone and shut the door. Cry or cough or cry hem if anybody come. Your mystery. Nay, dispatch.
Upon my knee, what doth your speech import? I understand a fury in your words.
Why? What art thou?
Your wife, my lord, your true and loyal wife.
Come, swear it. Damn thyself, lest being one of heaven, the devils themselves should fear to seize thee. Therefore be double damned. Swear thou art honest.
Heaven doth truly know it.
Heaven truly knows that thou art false as hell.
To whom, my lord? With whom? How am I false?
Ah, Desdemona, away, away, away!
Alas, the heavy day. Why do you weep? Am I the motive of these tears, my lord? If haply you, my father, do suspect an instrument of this your calling back, lay you not your blame on me. If you have lost him. I have lost him too.
Had it pleased heaven to try me with affliction, had they rained all kinds of sores and shames on my bare head, steeped me in poverty to the very lips, given to captivity me and my utmost hopes, I should have found in some place of my soul a drop of patience. But alas, to make me the fixed figure for the time of scorn, to point his slow and moving finger at, yet could I bear that too. Well, very well. But there where I have garnered up my heart, where either I must live or bear no life, the fountain from the which my current runs, or else dries up, to be discarded thence, or keep it as a cistern for foul toes to knot and gender in. Turn thy complexion there, patience, thou young and rose-lipped cherubim. I here look grim as hell.
I hope my noble lord esteems me honest.
Oh, aye, as summer flies are in the shambles that quicken even with blowing. O thou weed, who art so lovely, fair, and smelt so sweet, that the senses aches at thee. Wouldst thou hadst never been born!
Alas, what ignorant sin have I committed?
What was this fair paper? This most goodly book made to write whore upon? What? Committed? Committed? O thou public commoner! I should make very forges of my cheeks that would to cinders burn up modesty did I but speak thy deeds. What? Committed? Heaven stops the nose at it, and the moon winks. The bawdy wind that kisses all it meets is hushed within the hollow mine of earth and will not hear it. What? Committed?
By heaven, you do me wrong.
Are you not a strumpet?
No, as I am a Christian. If to preserve this vessel for my Lord from any other foul, unlawful touch, be not to be a strumpet, I am none.
What? Not a whore?
No, as I shall be saved.
Is it possible?
Oh, heaven forgive us.
I cry you mercy then. I took you for that cunning whore of Venice that married with Othello. You, mistress, that have the office opposite to St. Peter and keeps the gates of hell. You, you. We have done our course. Here's money for your pains. I pray you, turn the key and keep our counsel.
Alas, what does this gentleman conceive? How do you, madam? How do you, my good lady?
Faith, half asleep.
Good madam, what's the matter with my lord?
With who?
Why, with my lord, madam.
Who is thy lord?
He that is yours, sweet lady.
I have none. Do not talk to me, Amelia. I cannot weep. No answers have I none, but what should go by water. Prithee, tonight lay on my bed my wedding sheets. Remember, and call thy husband hither.
There's a change indeed.
'Tis meet I should be used so, very meet. How have I been behaved that he might stick the smallest opinion on my least misuse?
Enter Iago and Amelia.
What is your pleasure, madam? How is't with you?
I cannot tell. Those that do teach young babes do it with gentle means and easy tact. masks. He might have chid me so, for in good faith I am a child to chiding.
What is the matter, lady?
Alas, Iago, my lord hath so behorred her, thrown such despite and heavy terms upon her, that true hearts cannot bear it.
Am I that name? Iago.
What name, fair lady?
Such as she said, my lord did say I was.
He called her whore. A beggar in his drink could not have laid such terms upon his callet.
Why did he so?
I do not know. I am sure I am none such.
Do not weep, alas the day.
As she forsook so many noble matches, her father and her country and her friends, to be called whore, would it not make one weep?
It is my wretched fortune.
Beshrew Ford, how comes this trick upon him?
Heaven doth know.
I will be hanged if some eternal villain, some busy and insinuating rogue, some cozening slave to get some office had not devised this slander. I will be hanged else.
Why, there's no such man. It is impossible.
If any such there be, heaven pardon him.
Oh, a halter pardon him, and he'll gnaw his bones. Why should he call her whore? Who keeps her company? What place? What time? What form? What likelihood? The Moor's abused by some most villainous knave, some base, notorious knave, some scurvy fellow. Oh, heavens, that such companions thou unfold and put in every honest hand a whip to lash the rascals naked through the world, even from the east to the west.
Speak within door.
Oh, fie upon them! Some such squire he was that turned your wit that see me sided without and made you to suspect me with the Moor.
Fool, go to.
Alas, Iago, what shall I do to win my lord again? Good friend, go to him, for by this light of heaven I know not how I lost him. Here I kneel. If e'er my will did trespass against his love, either in discourse of thought or actual deed, or that mine eyes, mine ears, or any sense delighted them, or any other form, or that I do not yet, and ever did, and ever will, though he do shake me off to beggarly divorcement, love him dearly, comfort, forswear me. Unkindness may do much, and his unkindness may defeat my life, but never taint my love. I cannot say, or it does abhor me now I speak the word, to do the act that might the addition earn, not the world's mass of vanity could make me.
Pray you be content. 'Tis but his humor, the business of the state does him offense.
If 'twere no other.
It is but so, I warrant. Hark how these instruments summon to supper. The messengers of Venice stays the meat. Go in and weep not. All things shall be well.
Exeunt Desdemona and Emilia enter Roderigo.
How now, Rodrigo? How now, Rodrigo?
Enter Roderigo.
I do not find that thou dealst justly with me.
What in the contrary?
Yea, thou darest me with some device, Iago, and rather, as it seems to me now, keeps from me all conveniency than supplies me with the least advantage of hope. I will indeed no longer endure it, nor am I yet persuaded to put up in peace what I have foolishly suffered.
Will you hear me, Rodrigo?
I have heard too much, and your words
And performances are no kin together.
Charge me most unjustly.
Naught but truth. I have wasted myself out of my means. The jewels you had from me to deliver Desdemona would have corrupted a votarist, a nun. You have told me that she has received them and returned me expectations and comforts of sudden respect and acquaintance, but I find nothing.
Well, go to. Very well.
Very well. 'Tis not very well. Okay, I think it is scurvy, and begin to find myself locked in it.
Very well.
I tell you, 'tis not very well. I will make myself known to Desdemona. If she will return me my jewels, I will give over my suit and repent my unlawful solicitation. If not, assure yourself I will seek satisfaction of you.
You have said now.
Aye, and said nothing but what I protest intend of doing.
Why, now I see this metal in thee. And even from this instant to build on thee a better opinion than ever before. Give me thy hand, Rodrigo. Thou hast taken against me a most just exception, but yet I protest I have dealt most directly in my affair.
It hath not appeared.
I grant indeed it hath not appeared, and your suspicion is not without wit and judgment. But Rodrigo, if thou hast that in thee indeed, which I have greater reason to believe now than ever, I mean purpose, courage, and valor, this night show it. If thou the next night following enjoy not Desdemona, take me from this world with treachery and devise engines for my life.
Well, what is it? Is it within reason and compass?
Sir, there is a special commission come from Venice to depute Cassio in Othello's place.
Is that true? What? Then Othello and Desdemona return again to Venice.
Oh no, he goes into Mauritania and taketh away with him the fair Desdemona, unless his abode be lingered here by some accident, wherein none can be so determinate as the removing of Cassio.
How do you mean removing him?
Why, making him incapable of Othello's place, knocking out his brains.
And that you would have me do?
Aye, if you dare do yourself a profit and a right. He sups tonight with a harlotry, and thither will I go to him. He knows not yet of his honorable fortune. If you watch his going thence, from I will fashion to fall out between 12 and 1, you may take him at your pleasure. I will be near to its second attempt, and he shall fall between us. Come, stand not amazed at it, but go along with me. I will show you such a necessity as death that you shall think yourself bound to put him to it. It is now high supper time, and the night grows to waste. About it.
I will hear further reason for this.
And you shall be satisfied.
Exeunt, Scena Tertia, enter Othello, Lodovico, Desdemona, Emilia, and attendants.
I do beseech you, sir, trouble yourself no further.
Oh, pardon me. 'Twill do me good to walk.
Madam, good night. I humbly thank your ladyship.
Your honor is most welcome.
Will you walk, sir? Oh, Desdemona?
My lord,
Get you to bed on the instant. I will be returned forthwith. Dismiss your attendant there. Look to it. Be done.
I will, my lord.
How goes it now? He looks gentler than he did.
He says he will return incontinent, and hath commanded me to go to bed and bid me to dismiss you.
Dismiss me?
It was his bidding. Therefore, good Amelia, give me my nightly wearing, and adieu. We must not now displease him.
I would you had never seen him.
So would not I. My love doth so approve him that even his stubbornness, his checks, his frowns, prithee unpin me, have grace and favor.
I have laid those sheets you bade me on the bed.
All's one. Good Father, how foolish are our minds. If I do die before, prithee shroud me in one of these same sheets.
Come, you talk.
My mother had a maid called Barbary. She was in love, and he she loved proved mad, and did forsake her. She had a song of willow, and old thing 'twas, but it expressed her fortune, and she died singing it. That song tonight will not go from my mind. I have much to do but to go hang my head all at one side and sing it like poor Barbary. Prithee, dispatch.
Shall I go fetch your nightgown?
No, unpin me here. This Lodovico is a proper man.
Oh, very handsome man.
He speaks well.
I know a lady in Venice would have walked barefoot in Palestine for a touch of his nether lip.
The poor soul sat singing by a sycamore tree, sing all the green willow, her hand on her bosom, her head on her knee, sing willow, willow, willow. The fresh streams ran by her and murmured her moan. Sing willow, willow, willow. Her salt tears fell from her and softened the stone. Sing willow, willow, willow. Lay by these. Willow, willow. Prithee hie thee, he'll come anon. Sing all the green willow must be my garland. Let nobody blame him, his scorn I approve. Hey, that's not next. Hark, who is that knocks?
It's the wind.
I called my love false slow, but what said he then? Willow, willow, willow. If I call on you. So get thee gone, good night, mine eyes do itch. Doth that bode weeping?
'Tis neither here nor there.
I have heard it said so. Oh, these men. Dost thou in conscience think, tell me, Amelia, there be women to abuse their husbands in such gross kind?
There be no such question. There be some such, no question.
Wouldst thou do such a deed for all the world?
Why? Would not you?
No, by this heavenly light.
Nor I neither, by this heavenly light. I might do it as well in the dark.
Wouldst thou do such a deed for all the world?
The world's a huge thing. It is a great price for a small vice.
In troth, I think thou wouldst not.
In truth, I think I should, and undo it when I had done. Mary, I would not do such a thing for a joint ring, nor for measures of law, nor for gowns, petticoats, nor caps, nor any petty exhibition, but for all the whole world. Why, who would not make her husband cuckold to make him a monarch? I should venture purgatory for it.
Beshrew me, if I would do such a wrong for the whole world.
Why, the wrong is but a wrong in the world, and having the world for your labor, 'tis a wrong in your own world, and you might quickly make it right.
I do not think there is any such woman.
Yes, a dozen, and as many to the advantage as would store the world they played for. But I do think it is their husband's fault if wives do fall. Say that they slack their duties and pour our treasures into foreign laps, or else break out in peevish jealousies, throwing restraint upon us, or say they strike us, or scant our former having in despite. Why, we have galls, and though we have some grace, yet we have some revenge. Let husbands know their wives have sense like them. They see and smell and have their palates both for sweet and sour, as husbands have. What is it that they do when they change us for others? Is it sport? I think it is. Doth affection breed it? I think it does. Is it frailty that thus errs? It is so too. And have we not affections, desires for sports and frailty as men have? Then let them use us well. Else let them know the ills we do, their ills instruct us so.
Good night. Good night. Heaven me such uses send, not to pick bad from bad, but by bad mend.
Exeunt. Actress Quinacina Prima. Enter Iago and Rodrigo.
Here, stand behind this bark, straight will he come. Or thy good rapier bear and put it home. Quick, quick, fear nothing. I'll be at thy elbow. It makes us or it mars us, think on that, and fix most firm thy resolution.
Be near at hand. I may miscarry in it.
Here at thy hand, be bold and take thy stand.
I have no great devotion to the deed, and yet he hath given me satisfying reasons. 'Tis but a man gone. Forth my sword, he downs.
I have rubbed this young quad almost to the sense, and he grows angry. Now whether he kills Cassio or Cassio him, or each to kill the other, every way makes my gain. Live Rodrigo. He calls me to a restitution large of gold and jewels that I bought from him as gifts to Desdemona. It must not be. If Cassio do remain, he hath a daily beauty in his life which makes me ugly. And besides, the more may unfold me to him. There stand I in much peril. No, he must die. But so I hear him coming.
Enter Cassio.
I know his gait. 'Tis he. Villain!
That thrust had been mine enemy indeed, but that my coat is better than thou knowest. I will make proof of thine.
Oh!
I am maimed forever. Help me, ho! Murder! Murder!
Enter
The voice of Cassio. Iago keeps his word. It is even so.
Oh, help, ho! Light, a surgeon!
'Tis he. Oh, brave Iago, honest and just, that hast such noble sense of thy friend's wrong, thou teachest me. Minion, your dear lies dead, and your unblessed fate hies. Strumpet, I come. For of my heart, those charms thine eyes are blotted. Thy bed lust stained shall with lust's blood be spotted.
Exit Othello. Enter Lodovico and Graziano.
What? Ho! No watch, no passage? Murder! Murder!
Don't mischance. The voice is very direful.
Help!
Hark!
Oh, Richard!
Oh, 2 or 3 groan, 'tis heavy night. These may be counterfeits. Let's think it unsafe to come to the cry without more help.
Oh,
Hark!
Here's one comes in a shirt with white weapons.
Who's there? Whose noise is this that cries on murder?
We do not know.
Do you not hear a cry?
Here! Here, for heaven's sake, help me!
What's the matter?
This is Othello's ancient, as I take it.
The same indeed, a very valiant fellow.
What are you here to cry so grievously?
Iago? Oh, I am spoiled, undone by villains. Give me some help.
Hey, Lieutenant, what villains have done this?
I think that one of them is hereabout and cannot make away.
Treacherous villains. What are you there? Come in and give me some help.
oh, help me then.
That's one of them.
Oh, murderous slave. Oh, villain.
Oh, damn Diego. Oh, inhumane. Oh.
You men in the dark? Where be these bloody thieves? How silent is this town? Ho! Murder! Murder! What may you be? Are you of good or evil?
As you shall prove us, praise us.
Signor Lodovico?
Hi, sir.
I cry you mercy. Here's Cassio hurt by villains.
Cassia?
How is brother?
My leg is cut in 2.
Heaven forbid. Light, gentlemen. I'll bind it with my shirt.
Enter Bianca.
What is the matter? Who is that cried?
Who is that cried?
Oh, I didn't guess.
Oh, notable strumpet. Cassio, may you suspect who they might be that have thus mangled you?
No.
I am sorry to find you thus. I have been to seek you.
Lend me a garter. So. Oh, so for a chair to bear him easily hence.
The lassie faints. Oh, Cassio.
Gentlemen, all I do suspect this trash to be a party in this injury. Patience a while, good Cassio. Come, lend me a light. Know we this face or no? Alas, my friend and my dear countryman. Rodrigo? No. Yes, sure, yes, 'tis Rodrigo.
What, of Venice?
Even he, sir. Do you know him?
Know him? Aye.
Your Graziano, I cry your gentle pardon. These bloody accents must excuse our manners that so neglected you.
I am glad to see you.
How do you, Cassio? Oh, a chair! A chair!
Rodrigo?
He, 'tis he. Oh, that's well said. The chair. Some good man bear him carefully from hence. I'll fetch the general surgeon. For you, mistress, save you your labor. He that lies slain here, Cassio, was my dear friend. What malice was between you?
None in the world. Nor do I know the man.
Look you pale? Bear him of the air. Stay you, good gentlemen. Look you pale, mistress? Do you perceive the ghastness of her eye? Nay, if you stare, we shall hear more anon. Behold her well. I pray you look upon her. Do you see, gentlemen? Nay, guiltiness will speak, though tongues were out of use.
Alas, what is the matter? What is the matter, husband?
Cassio hath here been set upon in the dark by Rodrigo and fellows that are escaped. He's almost slain, and Rodrigo quite dead.
Ah, alas, good gentleman. Alas, good Cassio.
This is the fruits of whoring. Prithee, Amelia, Go know of Cassio where he supped tonight. What, do you shake at that?
He supped at my house, but I therefore shake not.
Oh, did he so? I charge you, go with me.
Oh, fire upon thee, strumpet!
I am not a strumpet, but as life as honest as you that doesn't abuse me.
As I fire upon thee.
Fine, gentlemen, let's go see poor Cassio dressed. Come, mistress, you must tell us another tale. Amelia, run you to the citadel and tell my lord and lady what has happened. Will you go on afore? This is the night that either makes me or foredoes me quite.
Exeunt, Scena Secunda. Enter Othello and Desdemona in her bed.
It is the cause. It is the cause, my soul. Let me not name it to you, you chaste stars. It is the cause. Yet I'll not shed her blood, nor scar that whiter skin of hers than snow, and smooth as monumental alabaster. Yet she must die, else she'll betray more men. Put out the light, and then put out the light. If I quench thee, thou flaming minister, I can again thy former light restore, should I repent me. But once put out that light, thou cunningest pattern of excelling nature, I know not where is that Promethean heat that can thy light relume. When I have plucked thy rose, I cannot give it vital breath again. It needs must wither. I'll smell thee on the tree. Oh, balmy breath, that dost almost persuade justice to break her sword. One more. One more. Be thus when thou art dead, and I will kill thee and love thee after. One more, and that's the last. So sweet was ne'er so fatal. I must weep, but they are cruel tears. The sorrow's heavenly, it strikes where it doth love. She wakes.
Who's there?
I.
Othello?
I, Desdemona.
Will you come to bed, my lord?
Have you prayed tonight, Desdemona?
I, my lord.
If you bethink yourself of any crime, unreconciled as yet to heaven, and grace solicit for it straight.
Lack, my lord, what may you mean by that?
Well, do it and be brief. I will walk by. I would not kill thy unprepared spirit. No, heavens forfend, I would not kill thy soul.
Talk you of killing?
I do.
Then heaven have mercy on me.
Amen, with all my heart.
If you say, I hope you will not kill me. And yet I fear you, for you're fatal then when your eyes roll so. Why I should fear, I know not, since guiltiness I know not, but yet I feel fear.
Think on thy sins.
They are loves I bear to you.
Aye, and for that thou diest.
That death's unnatural, that kills for loving. Alas, why gnaw you so your nether lip? Some bloody passion shakes your very frame. These are portents, but yet I hope they do not point on me.
Peace, and be still.
I will so. What's the matter?
That handkerchief, which I so loved and gave thee, thou gavest to Cassio.
No, by my life and soul. Send for the man and ask him.
Sweet soul, take heed. Take heed of perjury. Thou art on thy deathbed.
I, but not yet to die.
Presently. Therefore confess thee freely of thy sin. For to deny each article with oath cannot remove nor choke the strong conception that I do groan withal. Thou art to die.
Oh, heaven have mercy on me.
I say amen.
And have you mercy too. I never did offend you in my life, never loved Cassio, but with such general warranty of heaven as I might love, I never gave him token.
By heaven, I saw my handkerchief in his hand. O perjured woman, thou dost stone my heart, and makes me call what I intend to do a murder, which I thought a sacrifice. I saw the handkerchief.
He found it then. I never gave it him. Send for him hither, let him confess a truce.
He hath confessed.
What, my lord?
That he hath used thee.
How? Unlawfully?
Aye.
He will not say so.
No. His mouth is stopped. Honest Iago hath taken order for it.
My fear interprets. What? Is he dead?
Had all his hairs been lives, my great revenge had stomach for them all.
Alas, he is betrayed, and I undone.
Out, strumpet! Weep'st thou for him to my face?
Oh, banish me, my lord, but kill me not.
Down, strumpet!
Kill me tomorrow. Let me live tonight.
Nay, if you strive.
But half an hour.
Being done, there's no pause.
But while I say one prayer.
It is too late.
Smothers her. Amelia at the door.
My lord? My lord? What ho, my lord? My lord?
What noise is this? Not dead? Not yet quite dead? I that am cruel am yet merciful. I would not have thee linger in thy pain. So!
What ho, my lord? My lord?
Who's there?
Good my lord, I would speak a word with you.
Yes, 'tis Amelia. By and by. She's dead. 'Tis like she comes to speak of Cassio's death. The noise was high. Ha! No more moving? Still as the grave? Shall she come in? Were it good? I think she stirs again. No, what's best to do? If she come in, she'll sure speak to my wife. My wife? My wife? What wife? I have no wife. Oh, insupportable, oh, heavy hour! Methinks it should be now a huge eclipse of sun and moon, and that the affrighted globe did yawn at alteration.
Oh, I do beseech you that I may speak with you, oh my good lord.
I had forgot thee. Oh, come in, Amelia. Soft, by and by. Let me the curtains draw. Where art thou? What's the matter with thee now?
Enter Amelia.
Oh my good lord, yonder's foul murder's done.
What? Now?
But now, my lord.
It is the very error of the moon. She comes more nearer earth than she was wont, and makes men mad.
Cassio, my lord, has killed a young Venetian called Rodrigo.
Rodrigo killed? And Cassio killed?
No, Cassio's not killed.
Not Cassio killed? Then murder's out of tune, and sweet revenge grows harsh.
Oh, fall asleep!
is that?
That? What?
Out, and alas, that was my lady's voice. Help! 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 Oh, lady, speak again. Sweet Desdemona, oh, sweet mistress, speak.
Oh, guiltless. I.
Oh, who has done this deed?
Nobody. I myself. Farewell. Commend me to my kind lord. Oh, farewell.
Why? How should she be murdered?
Alas, who knows?
You hear her say herself it was not I.
She said so. I must needs report the truth.
She's like a liar gone to burning hell. 'Twas I that killed her.
Oh, more angels, she, and you the black devil.
She turned to folly, and she was a whore.
Thou dost belie her, and thou art a devil.
She was false as water.
Thou art rash as fire to say that she was false. Oh, she was heavenly true.
Cassio did top her. Ask thy husband else. Oh, I were damned beneath all depth in hell, but that I did proceed upon just grounds to this extremity. Thy husband knew it well.
My husband?
Thy husband!
That she was false to wedlock?
Aye, with Cassio. Has she been true? If heaven would make me such another world of one entire and perfect chrysolite, I'll not have sold her for it.
My husband?
Aye, 'twas he that told me on her first. An honest man he is and hates the slime that sticks on filthy deeds.
My husband?
What needs this iterance, woman? I say thy husband.
Oh, mistress, villainy hath made monks with love. My husband say she was false.
He, woman, I say thy husband. Dost understand the word? My friend, thy husband, honest Iago.
If he say so, may his pernicious soul rot half a grain a day. He lies to the heart. She was too fond of her most filthy bargain.
Huh?
Oh, do thy worst. This deed of thine is no more worthy heaven than thou was worthy her.
Peace, you were best.
Thou hast not half that power to do me harm, as I have to be hurt. Oh, go! Oh, don't! As ignorant as dirt thou hast done a deed. I care not for thy sword. I'll make thee known. Thou, oh, I had lost 20 lives. Help! Help! Oh, help! The Moor has killed my mistress! Murder! Murder!
Enter Montano, Graziano, and Iago.
Oh.
What is the matter? How now, General?
Oh, are you come, Iago? You have done well. That must lay their murders on your neck.
What is the matter?
Disprove this villain, if thou beest a man. He says thou toldst him that his wife was false. I know thou didst not. Thou art not such a villain. Speak, for my heart is full.
Told him what I thought, and told no more than what he found himself was apt and true.
But did you ever tell him she was false?
Did.
Well, you told a lie. An odious damn lie. Upon my soul, a lie. A wicked lie. She false with Cassio? Did you say with Cassio?
With Cassio, mistress, go to, charm your tongue.
I will not charm my tongue. I am bound to speak. My mistress here lies murdered in her bed.
Oh, heavens forfend.
Your reports have set the murder on.
Nay, stare not, masters. It is true indeed.
'Tis a strange truce. Oh, monstrous act.
Oh, villainy, villainy, villainy. I think about it. I think I smelt. Oh, villainy. I thought so then. I'll kill myself for grief. I'll die. Villainy.
Are you mad? I charge you, get you home.
Good gentlemen, let me have leave to speak. 'Tis proper I obey him, but not now. Perchance, Iago, I will never go home.
Oh, oh, oh!
Oh, you're the sweetest innocent that e'er did lift up eye.
Oh, she was foul. I scarce did know you, uncle. There lies your niece, whose breath indeed these hands have newly stopped. I know this act shows horrible and grim.
Poor Desdemona. I'm glad that father's dead. The match was mortal to him, and pure grief shore its old thread in twain. Did he live now? The sight must make him do a desperate turn. Yea, curse his better angel from his side, and fall to reprobance.
'Tis pitiful, but yet Iago knows that she with Cassio hath the act of shame 1,000 times committed. Cassio confessed it, and she did gratify his amorous works with that recognizance and pledge of love which I first gave her. I saw it in his hand. It was a handkerchief, an antique token my father gave my mother.
Oh, heaven, oh, heavenly powers.
Come, hold your peace.
Well out, well out. I peace? No, I will speak as liberal as the North. Let heaven and men and devils, let them all cry shame against me, yet I'll speak.
Wise and get you home.
I will not.
Fire your sword upon a woman.
Oh, that no more. That handkerchief thou speaks of, I found by fortune, and did give my husband, for often with a solemn earnestness more than indeed belonged to such a trifle, he begged of me to steal it.
Villainous whore.
She give it to Cassio. No, alas, I found it, and I did give it to my husband.
Filth thou liest.
Oh, by heaven, I do not. I do not, gentlemen. Oh, murderous coxcomb. What should such a fool do with so good a wife?
Are there no stones in heaven but what serves for the thunder? Precious villain!
Woman false. Sure, he has killed his wife.
Oh, oh, lay me by my mistress' side.
He's gone. His wife's killed. 'Tis a notorious villain. Take this weapon which I have recovered from the Moor. Come, guard the door without. Let him not pass, but kill him rather. I'll after that same villain, for 'tis a damned slave.
I am not valiant either, but every puny whipster gets my sword. But why should honor outlive honesty? Let it go all.
What did that song, old lady? Hark, canst thou hear me? I will play the swan and die in music. Willow, willow, willow. Oh, Moor, she was chaste. She loved thee, cruel Moor. So come my soul to bliss as I speak true. So speaking as I think, alas, I die.
I have another weapon in this chamber. It is a sword of Spain, the Icebrook's temper. Oh, here it is. Uncle, I must come forth.
If thou attempt it, it will cost thee dear. Thou hast no weapon and perforce must suffer.
Look in upon me then, and speak with me, or naked as I am, I will assault thee.
What is the matter?
Behold, I have a weapon. A better never did itself sustain upon the soldier's thigh. I have seen the day that with this little arm and this good sword, I have made my way through more impediments than 20 times your stop. But oh, vain boast, who can control his fate? 'Tis not so now. Be not afraid. though you do see me weaponed. Here is my journey's end. Here is my butt, and very sea mark of my utmost sail. Do you go back dismayed? 'Tis a lost fear. Man but a rush against Othello's breast, and he retires. Where should Othello go? Now, how dost thou look now, O ill-starred wench, pale as thy smock? When we shall meet at comp, this look of thine will hurl my soul from heaven, and fiends will snatch at it. Cold, cold, my girl, even like thy chastity? O cursed, cursed slave, whip me, ye devils, from the possession of this heavenly sight. Blow me about in winds, roast me in sulphur, wash me in steep down gulfs of liquid fire. Oh, Desdemone, dead, Desdemone, dead. Oh, oh.
Yes.
Enter Ludvigo, Cassio, Montano, and Iago with officers.
Where is this rash and most unfortunate man?
Not he. That was Othello. Here I am.
Where's that viper? Bring the villain forth.
I look down towards his feet, but that's a fable. If that thou be'st a devil, I cannot kill thee.
Wrench his sword from him.
Lead, sir, but not killed.
I am not sorry neither. I'll have thee live, for in my sense 'tis happiness to die.
Oh, thou Othello that was once so good, fallen in the practice of a cursed slave, what shall be said to thee?
Why, anything. An honorable murderer, if you will. For naught I did in hate, but all in honor.
This wretch hath part confessed his villainy. Did you and he consent in Cassio's death?
I
Dear General, I never gave you cause.
do believe it. And I ask your pardon. Will you, I pray, demand that demi-devil why he hath thus ensnared my soul and body?
And me nothing. What you know, you know. From this time forth, I never will speak word.
What? Not to pray?
Torments will ope your lips.
Well, thou dost best.
Sir, you shall understand what hath befallen, which as I think you know not. Here is a letter found in the pocket of the slain Roderigo, and here another, the one of them ports the death of Cassio to be undertook by Roderigo.
Oh, villain!
Most heathenish and most gross.
Now here's another discontented paper found in his pocket too, and this it seems Roderigo meant to have sent this damned villain, but that belike Iago in the interim came in and satisfied him.
Oh, thou pernicious caitiff! How come you, Cassio, by that handkerchief that was my wife's?
I found it in my chamber, and he himself confessed it, but even now that there he dropped it for a special purpose, which brought to his desire.
Oh, fool! Fool! Fool!
There is besides in Rodrigo's letter how he upbraids Iago that he made him brave me upon the watch, where it came that I was cast, and even but now he spake after long seeming dead. Iago hurt him. Iago set him on.
You must forsake this room and go with us. Your power and your command is taken off, and Cassio rules in Cyprus. For this slave, if there be any cunning cruelty that can torment him much and hold him long, it shall be his. You shall close prisoner rest, till that the nature of your fault be known to the Venetian state. Come, bring away.
Soft you, a word or two before you go? I have done the state some service, and they know it. No more of that. I pray you in your letters, when you shall these unlucky deeds relate, speak of me as I am, nothing extenuate, nor set down aught in malice. Then must you speak of one that loved not wisely, but too well, of one not easily jealous, but being wrought, perplexed in the extreme, of one whose hand, like the base Judean, threw a pearl away richer than all his tribe, of one whose subdued eyes, albeit unused to the melting mood, drops tears as fast as the Arabian trees their medicinal gum. Set you down this, and say besides, that in Aleppo once, where a malignant and a turpin Turk beat a Venetian and traduced the state, I took by the throat the circumcised dog and smote him thus.
Oh, bloody period.
All that is spoke is marred.
I kiss thee ere I kill thee. No way but this, killing myself to die upon a kiss.
The ice.
This did I fear, but thought he had no weapon, for he was great of heart.
Oh, Spartan dog, more fell than anguish, hunger or the sea. Look on this tragic loading of this bed. This is thy work, the object poisoned sight. Let it be hid. Brasciano, keep the house and seize upon the fortunes of the Moor, for they succeed on you. To you, Lord Governor, remains the censure of this hellish villain, the time, the place, the torture, oh, enforce it. Myself will straight abroad to the state this heavenly act with heavy heart relate.
Exeunt. Fini.
Horace, when Othello's dead, the play is over. Say what you have to say speedily and put the audience out of their misery. It's so true. You know, they cut it. They did. They cut it in the park. And it really isn't needed. What is it supposed to say? How things are going to be passed on? Who cares?
Yeah, Graziano, you're the winner. Graziano wins.
Nobody
he gets
cares.
to inherit because he not only gets to inherit, I mean, from Othello, but all of Brabantio and Desdemona's wealth. I mean, he's the guy who comes out on top. So
Unless they do Othello
too. For him.
Othello too, then it's necessary. Otherwise, it's a MacGuffin.
And I forgot that Rodrigo like sort of survives. He writes that letter proving that Iago stabbed him. I mean,
He's dead. I think they said found in his pocket, so I think he's dead.
But then the last part of it, he does say something like, after long seeing me dead, he started talking and said, yes, Iago set him on to it. And it's like, okay, so what happened? I mean, is Roderigo not dead? And or is he a zombie? You know?
I think, I hate to say it, but I have a feeling he bled to death eventually. You know,
We must have.
Paper cut from a paper cut.
Yeah.
They're always finding these letters.
Yes.
And what about poor Bianca who's rotting in jail? She just disappears. She's taken off, but no one sees her again.
Oh dear.
Cynthia, you were really, really good, and so were you, Julie. Really.
Oh, thank you.
Well done.
Cynthia, terrific.
Oh,
So
thanks.
committed. So committed. It was really moving. You're so committed.
Yeah, thanks. It was my chance.
Yeah.
That was great.
Yeah, you're really good.
It was so specific, so much of it, that I wonder, have you worked in this role before? Because you found a lot in it in the first reading. So it was very specific.
Well, first of all, I do love Shakespeare, and there's some reason I have an affinity for it. So, but I've been practicing Shakespeare for years, not Othello specifically. But to be honest, yes, I did read a little bit about Othello, his past, his present, the things that, were going on with him, especially the surrounding area that, the attitudes of the Moor in a Venetian society, stuff like that. So I did a little bit of research for it. And I just read it about twice to myself or something like that. And it kind of stuck with me. But I also used the No Fear Shakespeare versions.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I can
Why?
understand what the words mean, why they mean what, emphasis to put on which words, so that you can understand what I mean.
Yeah.
Makes it a
You know,
lot
because
more accessible to
Right.
us.
I love those. I love those various editions of Shakespeare, like the Folger Library ones. I think they have all these.
I like those too. I like
explanations
the
on there.
Folgers especially.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Especially.
I'll admit I'm stupid. Yeah.
No,
It's not
No.
It's not. And also the first folio also gives you clues too. Paul taught me that, you know, the capitalizations, they give you a lot of clues.
Maybe not, in my opinion.
no, I did get some understanding from the folio, because when I read it without any understanding, a lot of things were kind of clear to me because of the way, the punctuation, the capitalization, stuff like that. It made me know what sentences ended, what began, that kind of thing.
Something I noticed in the first folio that doesn't have in the other versions, Paul, is there are certain things in parentheses. I'm not always sure what to make of that, if there are sides or whatever, but I noticed them more in the first folio than in the other versions.
Yeah, the modern editions omit those generally. I don't know.
Some of it was hard. Some of it, I found the father in the beginning a little hard to understand. I understood it, but it was hard to put it into my own words to say it.
I found Othello much more sympathetic in this reading, and I also found much more the larger meaning of this play, which makes me like it more. Iago's such a creep. He's horrible. There's no excuse for him. General. I'm not doing, but I just know. I mean, and all the talk about jealousy and what I like about it is that it's really a sexually liberating play, because there's a lot of talk about the will and sex and lust and desire, and there's no shame about it. The problem is the false accusation.
Where does the term "the beast with two backs" actually first come from? Because they use it in this play, but it's in a lot of places, right? Anybody know?
I'm not sure.
I would think he coined it.
What is the term?
Shakespeare coined it?
The beast with two backs. Yeah, I'm not aware of it in any other Shakespeare play, but it's so evocative. You know immediately what it means.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do. Yep. No mistake.
Yeah.
That's Shakespeare for you. Graphic as hell.
Yeah, I don't know. When I speak Shakespeare, boy, something happens. I get all emotional. Whatever he writes is just so on point when it comes to what he's expressing emotionally and how people behave towards each other, stuff like that. Even what you're thinking in your head, which is fascinating. He's a genius. He was a genius.
Well, yeah, I mean, so much insight into humanity, personalities, right?
Yeah, which makes his work timeless.
Yeah.
It's amazing to imagine him writing and slipping into each character as he's writing it. He's able to just go through each one of their processes perfectly.
They're all unique personalities.
Yeah, and I know that in the time, of course, you had only men performing all the roles, but you find so many layers that are true to female and male that it kind of transcends gender. And that's why I love doing this reading today, because so many moments all through the play had nothing to do with gender. They had to do with power, they had to do with fear, they had to do with loneliness or desire or whatever, but they're universal. And having the gender switch, I think, really helped me see some of the subtleties of that in a fresh way.
The scene between Iago and Cassio is really quite amazing. I mean, it really talks about, he talks about his reputation.
Terrific, Sheila.
Part of myself, and what remains is bestial, whatever. My
beast,
reputation.
yes.
That's a really strong, amazing scene. You know, that's quite a, it's
reputation.
It's really, you know, how a man who has value up against a man who has virtue and value and honesty up against a man who has nothing of any respect for anybody or anything, you know, there's nothing left but him, you know. And there's actually Cassio, even though he has a whore for a lover, he still is a man of honor. So you have a man of honor up against a man who has no honor. That's a really great scene. You know, Act 2, Scene 3, that's really quite amazing.
And Cassio certainly overlays Iago with all, I mean, they keep calling Iago honorable and honest. And the good people assume everybody else is equally good, and they just don't have an awareness that somebody could be as devious as he is. It just doesn't occur to them.
You know what I heard today, though, I really thought about it. Like, Othello kind of suckered Desdemona in. I mean, he talks a lot about, eating people. We know about cannibals, but then people whose head starts in their chest. I mean, he embellishes everything he's out to impress her. He's out for her. He's after, you know, her. So it's obvious, and she gets suckered into all the bullshit, you know, naive and fantasies. It's a story, you know, like he's telling her a story, a fantasy. You know.
Well, what about this aspect? You know, it made me think of this because I was doing like, you know, a female role that was written by a man. So, I mean, what do people think about, you people think about how Shakespeare was able to write? Did he do very well writing all the female roles that he has written in the canon of Shakespeare? Amelia, Desdemona, and all the other roles in Shakespeare. I mean, this is a man writing women's roles.
But he was around women and heard them talk.
In some ways, it is specific to you know, a woman's perspective. So how well do you feel like he does with writing women's roles?
I always thought that he had a lot of women that he was showing their fight to become, to be seen, to be liberated, to be like Desdemona is one of the innocent ones, but Amelia, you know, she talks about when she says of how men have appetites, but women have appetites too, you know, and that you have to fight back. You know, she also, there's a sense there, I always felt Amelia knows goddamn fucking well that she did something really, really bad and created all this and doesn't admit it to her.
Really?
No, that's really well written.
She knows that hanky somewhere caused an awful lot of trouble, but she never exposes that, and that's why she also ends up dead, because I mean that side of her that didn't admit it and say, hey, you know, like, I think all this is going on because I gave him the hanky, and you know, my husband has always wanted.
You got it. See, that's
She pretends to. She pretends like she doesn't know why he wants. She knows like he's a jealous man. He's going to fuck around, you know, and she lets it go on.
Well, that's why I was talking about it the other day, that why I want to do the part. And we were on the other night in the Zoom meeting, and Eleanor said that what she said was the obvious, which wasn't the obvious to me, was that because she's her servant lady in waiting, she can't tell her that she stole her handkerchief. She could get in trouble. I don't know if that's the strongest choice to make, but it's the side of it would be guilt, that now things are really getting out of hand. But I choose to focus on Othello's jealousy because I'm such a liberal woman and I have a good relationship with my husband, Iago, up to that point, that I hold my own, you know what I mean? And I want Desdemona to hold her own, and I'm having fun with it until I see things have gotten out of hand. And then that's to me the part that's why I wanted to do it. I don't know if I accomplished it or what tonight. But.
Everybody was really, really good, but that's the thing, because I played around with it, and I finally had to say to myself, somewhere in my head, when I would be saying to her, or say they strike us, or scout the form.
Right. I mean, she's saying it right there.
We have balls, and though we have some grace, yet have we some revenge. You know, it's like she's training. You know, she's telling her she has to fight and stuff like that. But underneath, I know there's, you know, something in her that knows that what she's done something that is.
Yeah, it's causing a lot of trouble.
I mean, I think you might have to do that, or else you have to make. They say she's a dumb broad, but yet she says things that aren't dumb, so she's not so dumb.
Oh yeah, the Edith choice would be a wrong choice for her. She's touched. She knows how to hold on. I think it's basically that she thought it was a game. Now she sees it's a mess, but she can't tell her, and now it's guilt. And then she chooses, let's see how far this goes. And she chooses.
She's ashamed. She's scared to death, probably.
Right, but she's chosen to deny what she's done and put the focus on Othello's jealousy to prove her point to Bianca.
Well, I bet you Iago has slapped her around, you know.
Yeah.
I bet you she's intimidated.
I wouldn't be surprised.
There you go.
But now you're taking it into another dimension, because that's what I saw in the stage. And I said, but then why is she so devoted to him? That brings in the denial of the woman again.
You know, women, that's why they have all these houses where beaten up women go to. You know, the women get kind of trapped. They have children. They have no way to make a living.
Right.
In that time, you know, you were lucky if you got a job as a maid and somebody, you know, liked you enough to keep you around. I mean, women were a dime a dozen. They got knocked up, had kids, no men to take care of them. You know, there was no birth control. So, you know, it's like she's being supported.
Yeah, it's her job.
He works, he's a soldier, he gets paid, and he takes care of her. She loses, if she doesn't feed him the things that he wants, and, you know, like the handkerchief and stuff, you know, she's rewarded. That's her rewards being taken care of. So those are the problems there with women.
She wants to please him. She says it herself.
Yeah. I don't think it's necessary that she's an abused woman or whatever, but I think she's a neglected woman. I mean, you look at the character of Iago and you're saying there is not one moment, 1 ounce of sincerity, of compassion, of warmth in that person. You're living with a reptile. And I think she may be starving for something from him.
She wants to have an affair.
Well, do you really think that she thinks that he's a reptile at first? I don't. I think everyone really believes he's honest. I believe he's a really good actor.
His wife.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to understand that I think that Iago didn't really show his true colors until this event. We don't know what he was like before this, because mind you, he lost his he lost what he wanted, the lieutenantry. So all of a sudden, this evil comes out of him. I don't think Amelia was prepared for that. I think the evil that could happen, or that he could show, because this hurt him badly. Mm-hmm. You know. But then I also read where Iago is not really a human being in this play. That when Shakespeare wrote it, he wanted to write just a manipulative entity. Mm-hmm. Because we don't really know anything about Iago. We don't know his past, his present, and nothing. We know a little bit more about Desdemona and Othello. We know his ancestry, you know, his family and whatnot. But Iago is like this thing that comes out of nowhere and just is evil.
Sure. And he always said, I love you.
It's like Vladimir Putin. Putin is like a diseased
AGB.
That's why I wrote down in my notes, Iago represents divide and conquer. That's the bigger picture of the play.
Well, he's also low. They're low. Amelia and Iago, they're also low class. Like he chooses Cassio, because Cassio appears to be somewhat educated, you know, comes from maybe a better family. And Iago worked his way up as a soldier, and he fights well. And Amelia, you know, I'm sure she's a conniver herself, you know, because there isn't great money there. So anyway, she can like connive, you know, to build their reputation up or whatever it is amidst wherever they live or something, you know.
Make him a
In other words, she
cuckold.
tries to get respect. I'm sure in her
Yeah,
community.
if
she
Iago
needs
has had to
respect.
kill a lot of people throughout, all he does is go around killing, then he's just gotten all the. It's like a Nazi.
He says, make him a cuckold.
Inductee, they get all their compassion, ability to have compassion, just wiped out of them, sucked out of them.
I don't know if I should ask this question, but let's say Shakespeare decided that Othello was some guy who is European and white. Would that make a difference in this play? Is there a reason he wrote Othello to be an exotic person from Africa?
I say something. That's why I don't know why James Earl Jones always stressed that the play is not about race, but about jealousy, because Othello was a very respected man. He was
father didn't like his color.
And England was not concerned. We're not talking about America and the South and slavery. We're talking about England, which had other issues. And it wasn't an issue about racism. Yes, there was anti-Semitism, but it wasn't a racism issue. It was more, I think that he looked at him as, because even Othello just throws away black like it's not a big deal. It's not the issue.
Well, but there are lines like thick lips and there's some pretty.
Who says that? Rodrigo says that.
Yeah.
And
well,
this
is pre-slavery. This play was written pre-slavery, so
exactly.
What
I had read was that Shakespeare was exposed to people who were more like and who came and visited and stuff like that, and I think he was very influenced by black leaders and stuff like that in Europe and I think you can't exactly excuse the blackness because it's kind of very, very deep into the play. I mean, the things that I have to think about when I'm killing somebody or how bad I feel about myself. I mean, mind you, it's constantly reminded I'm black, I'm Moor, I'm thick lips, and really bad stuff that makes my head spin. Doesn't make me very confident at all, which makes me feel very angry.
Right.
So then, I feel like I got
society in that time. You know, they lived in Spain. They were, they were an acceptable community. You know, whether the white people didn't like darkness and black, that's it. But they were a full community, the Moors. So that's, you know, it's just prejudice. You're dealing with prejudice there.
I like the play because it does expose, or it does, you know, talk about these racial issues, and it talked about it in an interesting way. And I think it's so deep into the play. I think it would have made a big difference if the Moor had been white. I don't think it would have had as much impact personally.
No, of course not.
Interesting.
I think it's great the fact that there's that kind of battle going on, because you couldn't even really go further with, you know, why Othello allows himself to be so taken in there. It's like, you know, a white girl is betraying him. You know, you could look at things like that. You know, there's that's
Othello seems to be drawn as a
conflict there. You know,
majority, the huge power majority versus the minority.
And here she's whoring around in his mind. You know, so that makes drama. You know?
And it also goes back to reputation, that your wife is cheating on you is total humiliation to you as a man.
Yeah.
So, and that would be a very big time. Yeah, that would be big. And also because he's a black man in a white society, that would also be part of
If he was black, he might not have trusted Iago, you know? He might have, if she was more just like him, he might have not jumped so quickly. You know, he might have not looked at Iago as in a different perspective. But since she's a white girl, you know, a white girl betraying him, got into his goal.
But Iago was so
well. You see, he bought into everything Iago might have said about the super subtle Venetian. He bought into that, and it was so easy. He wasn't able to mediate himself out of this and find out what the real truth was. It was kind of staring him in the face, but he bought a lot of the insinuations and a lot of the the accusations and lies that Iago
That's his
told,
prejudice.
because he
That was
had
his
no
prejudice.
clue. He had no clue about the Venetian society. He was a person from a different
Outsider.
world, and
Right.
that's why he believed Iago, because he had no other knowledge
Right.
in which
Yeah.
to understand what was truly going on. So that's why it was so easy for Iago
Yeah.
to get him to kill his wife.
Yeah,
Mhm.
well,
Yeah.
he's being betrayed by another society, you know.
Mm.
In his
And
mind, he
that-
feels
in a lot of ways,
betrayed.
he also wanted to kind of, assimilate into society, you see, because that's what a lot of people who feel isolated without society, they want to assimilate in. So there were a lot of, communications and some kind of a connection he made with Iago, because he did want to feel,
Yeah.
stronger and better within the society. So.
Right.
Right.
And
Oh,
that's part of the
yes.
reason why he wanted to marry
He's not
Desdemona.
good
Let's
with
be
women.
honest.
He's not good. He's
Sure,
as
yeah.
he said, he's been a warrior all his life, and he really doesn't relate to women. He's probably just had, picked up women, got laid, had whores, but he's not had relationships. And like, this is where he's has a relationship, and he has a relationship.
He puts them on a pedestal too much.
He just, women are foreign to him in some ways. He does not understand them.
Yeah.
Yeah, he married Desdemona to up his name, to up his game, to make himself look better in the world.
He might have, they seem to both be smitten
Could be,
with
yeah.
each other.
Yeah,
That's
but
also
remember
why he feels so betrayed, because he might have given his heart to her and really loved her, and then all of a sudden this guy says she fools around with other guys. I think it just blew him away.
I love the scene where he suddenly says, after he's killed her, and he says, "My wife," and he looks.
Yeah, it's sad.
He realizes what
No wife.
It's fucking sad.
he realizes what he's just done. He really did gap, because he went into a hole. He was so caught up, and then he killed her, and then he is sorry.
Well, I think it's interesting that there's a bond between Cassio and Desdemona, because they are of a certain class,
right,
that the other people in the play are not, and that's why it's easy for Cassio to get conned, and as much as it was for Othello to get conned, because they're not used to dealing with that element. And they're both targets because they're not part of that element that Iago functions so effortlessly in.
Brilliant.
And I think it was perfect and smart of Iago to say to Othello, Cassio has so much more in common with your wife than you do. So if anybody's going to cheat, it's going to be those two, right?
I mean, he lays it down perfectly. I mean,
she might have ended up liking Cassio, because he really is closer to her world, and they're both young people. She might have liked him and gotten, she might love Othello, but she might have started to like Cassio too, which is what made Othello suspicious.
But she does like the bad boys. I mean, like, she was excited about these fantastical stories.
He likes these soldiers.
Othello, I think Cassio wasn't interesting enough for her. He was a brother. So she needed.
It's the first time she's had that much attachment to him too. It was Othello that would be invited to dinner. Cassio, she's just started to meet on the boat somewhere, or there or something. She's just getting to know Cassio, I think. I don't know if she knew, or maybe he brought her. I don't really know. I have to look at the play again. Was Cassio at those dinners too?
There is a line where Othello, where they talk about Othello bringing Cassio to woo Desdemona. So she does know Cassio.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's integral to the story. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Right. So.
Okay. Well, this is.
But she didn't do anything. It was just all hearsay. Poor Desi.
Yes,
That girl just went a little too far.
Yeah, right. It's a sad play.
It's her fault.
Sad play. It's sad. I hate Iago. He's such a manipulator.
It was so much fun doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were good, Julie. Very good.
Thank you.
That character.
Good job.
It's wonderful.
Yeah, no, I think it's a sort of a way of how people can make decisions based on false information and do the wrong thing. And that is a problem that we still have today. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Never ends.
I think these idea of these tragedies is that it has to be as something to as a warning, right? So that we can avoid these tragic outcomes. But anyways, but it is still, and then doing it on Groundhog Day, which also then.
What happened? What was the result today?
It was a split decision.
Who you listen to?
Split decision.
Punxsutawney feels 6 more weeks of winter over in Pennsylvania, but Staten Island Chuck says, hey, it's going to be an early spring. And I mean, most days it kind of feels like an early spring already to me. So
Yeah, it has been recently.
Yep.
all right. Actually, we're still recording and live, so I think I'm going to stop that now.
Yeah, you better stop.
All right.
We had
see you
a
all
very
soon.
fruitful discussion.
It was a good discussion.